And a pleasant good evening to you, and welcome inside Avon, Ohio, the site for the next 3 nights for Frontier League action between the Lake Erie Crushers and the Evansville Otters. I'm Matthew Will, joining you for another edition of Evansville Otters Baseball here on the Otters Digital Network. Pleased you're joining me here on what has turned out to be a gorgeous Friday evening in Avon. Temperatures sitting in the mid-80s, nice breeze moving through the stadium here right along I-90, and we are just moments away from baseball on a Friday night as the Otters look to finish off this 6-game road trip with a couple wins here at Lake Erie. This is a Lake Erie team that the Otters have seen their fair share of so far this year. They swept them in their first official West Division series of the year. That came all the way back there on May 31st, June 1st, and June 2nd. That was a 3-game sweep for the Otters. Then, last weekend, they faced for the final time at Bosse Field this season. That was a series win for the Otters. They won the first game on Friday night 12-10. Lake Erie picked up the middle game 8-5 in extra innings, and the Otters won the final game of the series 13-3 and currently own the season series 5-1. The all-time series 50-46. The Otters will look to keep the good times rolling this evening as the local kid takes the mound. Bryce Doodle, the former Southern Indiana Screaming Eagle, will make his second start this evening. Was so close to picking up the win officially in his first ever start, a start that he found out about the same day of. And he'll try again this evening against these Lake Erie Crushers, who the Otters know very well. Let's take one brief second to go back to last night, just in case you missed what happened in the series finale between the Otters and the Florence Yalls. Evansville, once again, for the third night in a row, got out to an early lead via a home run. This was a first-inning home run for the Otters off the bat of Steven Sinsley, the first baseman. The Otters would hold that 2-0 lead just an inning and a half. In the bottom of the second, Florence strike for a 2-run home run of their own, evening the game at 2 apiece. We had a scoreless third before the Otters then put up 2 runs each in the 4th, 5th, and 6th. Despite 1 run from the Yalls in the 5th, the Otters led 8-3 after 6 innings. Then in the 8th inning, Jeffrey Baez had a 3-run home run that really put that final nail in the coffin. The Yalls were able to grab 2 runs in the bottom of the 9th, but it would not matter. Evansville went on to win the game 11-5, out-hitting the Yalls 13-11, winning their first game of the 3-game set. It was the first time the Otters have lost a series since beginning division play all the way back there on May 31st against this Lake Erie team. Of course, this Lake Erie team also has a friendly face here and there, one of them being Ronnie Allen Jr., who was the catcher with the Otters when they went through the Canadian road trip, ended up being released by Evansville, picked up by Lake Erie, and has picked up a couple of really solid starts here for the Crushers. We'll take this time to walk you through what the starting lineups look for. First for the home team, the Lake Erie Crushers. Batting first is the impressive center fielder Austin White, former guy from Coastal Carolina, just played in the regional with them a few weeks ago. Batting second is the shortstop Keenan Irizarry. Batting third, the first baseman Jackson Valera. In the middle 3, we've got the left fielder Jake Gitter, third baseman Connor Owings, and second baseman Coco Figuerito. And batting 7, 8, 9 is the designated hitter Bryant Flotte, catcher Devin Fisher, and right fielder Sean Cheeley. The man on the bump for Lake Erie is going to be Gunnar Kynes. It was actually a pitcher that the Otters got to see last week. He was very good. He was the one who eventually, he didn't end up getting the official win in the game, but it was the game that he pitched that the Crushers ended up winning. He gave up 2 runs on 4 hits and 6 innings of work, striking out 10 in that game in the middle of the series 1 week ago. He'll look to be a little more favorable this evening and be the one who actually picks up the win against the Otters. As for the Evansville Otters, they will lead off for the second straight night with right fielder Elijah Mcnamee. Then the left fielder Zach Biermann bats second, making his return to the lineup. Center fielder Jeffrey Baez rounds out the top 3. Miles Gordon sitting out this evening from center field. Batting fourth is the first baseman Steven Sinsley, who had 2 home runs last night. Batting fifth, the second baseman J.R. Davis. Batting sixth, the designated hitter Dakota Phillips. Batting seventh, the catcher Justin Felix. Batting eighth, the third baseman Anthony Torrales. And batting ninth is the shortstop, George Khalil. And like I mentioned, the man on the bump for the Evansville Otters, Bryce Studiville, who is a local guy from nearby Evansville, just a few moments away at Rockport, Indiana. went to school at the University of Southern Indiana, just completed his senior year this year. Had a very good start a couple weeks ago, which was his first professional appearance, and he's going to look to try to answer that and keep it up as he goes on this evening. They are just finishing the meeting of the minds there at home plate, and they will bring out they're getting ready now to bring out the players for the national anthem. We'll take our final break, and on the other side, we've got first pitch here between the Crushers and the Otters right here on the Otters Digital Network. And it's time for baseball in Avon, Ohio. The starting lineups have been announced. The anthem's been sung. And it is a beautiful night, sitting in the mid-80s. Got a nice breeze blowing in from center field. Not too much, but enough that could give some carry to some of the balls out there. And tell you what, it's going to be a gorgeous night for baseball as the Otters and Crushers meet for the 10th time this season. They have put a lot of miles between the two of them thus far. Starting man on the mound for Lake Erie is going to be Gunnar Kynes. He was very good 1 week ago when he faced the Otters at Bosse Field. Gave up 2 runs on 4 hits in 6 innings of work. Walked just 1, struck out 10. Tell you what, he has been one of the 2 from Lake Erie to really lead them nonstop through this season. Be very consistent, put up lots of strikeouts, not put up a lot of walks, and is a hard guy to form your lineup around. As for these Otters, they're going to go kind of back to a similar look of what we've seen these past couple nights. Elijah Mcnamee is going to be the leadoff man there in the one hole, playing right field yet again. The big difference is what the outfield looks like with Zach Biermann in left and Jeffrey Baez in center. They're batting second and third. No Miles Gordon this evening, just a routine day off for him. We're kind of wondering when that might be, as he has put a ton of games in a row together, so that did make sense that he would have a day off here. Elijah Mcnamee is striding towards the plates, and we're just about ready to play baseball. Again, a good evening to you, and welcome into Avon, Ohio. I'm Matthew Will, joining you for another edition of Otters Baseball on the Otters Digital Network. You can catch every game of the season right here on the Evansville Otters YouTube page, or when we're at home, catch us on Flow Sports. First pitch to Elijah Mcnamee, a bit high and right across the plate for a called strike 1. We're underway at 7:07 p.m. Latest time the Otters have played all season long right here. 0-1, and Mcnamee will foul it up and straight back towards the parking lot. Looking at an 0-2 count early. Had a good conversation with Elijah as he was taking batting practice today, was showing me a little modification to his bat, put an extra couple of rings of tape at the knob so that his hands were choked up a little bit more. He said, I tell you what, I can get the bat around a lot quicker this way, and hey, it got me a couple of hits last night, so it's obviously doing the trick. With his 2 hits last night, he extended his on-base streak to 27 games. 1-2 is headed his way. He puts it right at the third baseman, Owings, who climbs the ladder and pulls it down for a line out to start the game. And I'll apologize right now. Things are a bit difficult to see from this angle. First time I've ever been in a ballpark that's put the announcers in this area. We're basically we're on the third base side of the concourse, but the seat that I'm in is directly looking down the first base line. So I am a bit skewed when it comes to seeing certain angles, but I'll do my best to give you the best coverage I can. Zach Biermann, batting second for the Otters, takes a pitch high and inside for ball 1. He sat last night. Could have been a day of rest. Could have been that he really struggled in the first 2 games against Florence. Pitch he sees here, he skies high towards the concourse over here, lands on top of the roof, and his count evens at a ball and a strike. First trip to Avon for the Otters this year is right now. They'll come back at the beginning of August to complete the season series here with the Crushers. Ball 2, is just a tad bit inside. Good take there from Zach Biermann. He's ahead in the count 2-1. Kynes delivers at home, swinging strike 2, and the count evens up. Kynes is a lefty, and I tell you what, the Otters have really struggled against left-handed pitchers this year. Were able to get a win last night, but that is only their 4th win against a left-handed starter. They're 4-6 against lefties, 19-3 against righties. Biermann cuts right through a pitch and sends it back towards the back netting, keeps himself alive on the 2-2. Otters are wearing their blue tops, gray bottoms. The blue tops have white Otters in script lettering across the front, white letters on the back. 2-2. Biermann lifts this one foul over towards the third base concourse. Again, it's out of play, and the count remains at 2-2. Otters are also wearing their all blue caps with the gray bills. The 2-2 is on the way home from Gunnar Kynes. Put out towards right field. This one could go the distance if it stays fair. Did it? It did. That ball is gone. And the league leader in home runs has picked up number 13 on the season. That's one of the advantages of sitting here. Got to watch that one curve around the foul pole and fall, or at least go across in fair territory. And the Otters have an early 1-0 lead on the solo home run from Zach Biermann. Great to see him pick up one here, as he really struggled in that Florence series. So just like that, the Otters lead by 1 here in the top of the first inning against the Crushers. First offering to Jeffrey Baez. He takes a hefty cut, comes up empty-handed. He's down 0-1 in the count. Baez finally ended the long cold streak of homers for him last night. A 3-run homer in the 8th that helps cement the Otters' win. The 0-1, he lifts this one high and foul. Looks like it will stay in play. Valera's going to run over there and make the catch, probably 8 feet shy of the wall for out number 2. So a line out, a fly out, and a home run is all we've seen thus far. And it brings up a first baseman, the name of Steven Sinsley, who had a multi-home run game last night. It's the second time this series had a multi-home run game. It's good to see him really find some confidence at the plate. Otters hit a total of 4 home runs last night. First pitch to Sinsley. He shows bunt as the third baseman was playing all the way back in the outfield grass, but he pops it up a little bit. He's got a big smile on his face after the play. He'll walk back to the plate out on 0-1, and now the third baseman's going to play a little bit closer. For Biermann, that is just his 3rd home run of the year against a lefty, his 13th altogether. The 0-1 to Sinsley works just a tad bit inside, and his count evens up at a ball and a strike. The Otters have more home runs than they have doubles this year, and that's not something you see ever in baseball. But a lot of the ballparks they've played in have favored home run hitting. The Otters have been able to lift it out of the ballpark instead of leaving it in, and a lot of their hard hit balls that stay in the ballpark are hard hit right towards someone. So that's why they've got so many more singles and the doubles number lacking a bit. 2-1 the count towards Sinsley. He lifts one high and foul. It'll get out of play, and the count will even up at 2-2 for him. Gunnar Kynes up there on the mound is a 6'4", 230-pound lefty who hails from the Carolinas. Was born in Conway, South Carolina. As Sinsley cranks one foul to the right side and keeps himself alive 2-2. Gunnar Kynes was drafted by the Miami Marlins in 2015. Was a late round pick, 36th round, out of the University of Mount Olive. It's a small school in North Carolina. Spent a couple of years in single A and rookie ball through the Miami system. Even spent 1 year of low A ball with the Mets system. Didn't quite work out for him, and that's when he found the independent leagues. Played for Schaumburg for a couple of years. Ended up playing in the Australian Baseball League for Adelaide for a year. Came back to the independent leagues here in the States. Played for Schaumburg for another year. Then he went to Southern Illinois to play for the Miners last year before being traded out to the Atlantic League to end the season. Then found his way here to Lake Erie. Long history for him. As Steven Sinsley swings at a pitch in the dirt for strike 3, and that will end the inning. Otters lead by 1 after a monster home run from Zach Biermann. Puts them up early in this one. It's Otters 1, Lake Erie coming to bat on the Otters Digital Network. Set for the bottom of the first inning, and that will bring up Bryce Doodle to the mound, making his second professional start. His first one was just a couple of weeks ago in a no-decision effort against Gateway. He gave up 4 runs on 6 hits and 5 innings of work, but of the 4 runs, only one of them was earned. 2 errors in the game really killed what could have been a rock-solid start for him. He had 4 strikeouts, no walks, through 96 pitches as the Otters went on to win 6-4 in the game. But I have a feeling he wants to put a W next to his first professional result. He'll start it off against Austin White, who shows bunts, pulls away in time for ball 1 to get started. Studiville's from Rockport, Indiana. Went to the University of Southern Indiana for the last few years. Just graduated. Attacks the zone again, but again misses just a tad bit inside, and the count's at 2-0. He's a strike thrower, I'll tell you that much. In his debut, 68 of his 96 pitches thrown were strikes. And he gets one right there. Counts at 2-1 after, well, pretty much putting one right in the wheelhouse of Austin White, who decided not to go. 2-1 the count towards Austin White. Pitch is on the way towards him. He sends it out towards right center field. Long run for Baez in center, and he will haul it in for the first out of the game. That'll bring up the shortstop, Keenan Irizarry. A little more about Bryce Studiville in that first professional start back on the 10th of June. I got to sit down with him and actually talk a little bit more about it and hear more of the story. He came to the game the night before. The night before, the Otters played Windy City in a doubleheader due to a rained-out game a couple nights prior, and he came with some friends to Thirsty Thursday, paid for admission into Bosse Field to have a beer and watch some baseball. At the time, he was pitching once a week for a summer collegiate league team in the Indianapolis area. Just about every Saturday he would throw, as he starts with a 1-0 count to Keenan Irizarry. Wait till after the next pitch as the 1-0's on the way, and it stays low, 2-0 the count. He went to the game that night before, paid admission, paid for food and drink, enjoyed the couple of games. The next morning was at USI throwing with one of his teammates there at Southern Indiana, Parker Maddox, as he attacks the zone this time and gets a called strike, 2-1 his count, when he got a call from Max Peterson and the Otters saying, "Hey, what are you doing?" And he said, "Well, I'm just out throwing, getting ready for tomorrow night because I have a start with the collegiate team." And they said, "Well, stop that right now." And hit right back up the middle by Keenan Irizarry, right past the diving J.R. Davis, and it's a 1-out base hit for Keenan Irizarry. Strong hit there. Just barely got past the diving arm of J.R. Davis out at second. They called and said, "Hey, stop that right now. Can you start tonight?" He said, "Absolutely." They said, "Can you be here by 3?" And just like that, his professional baseball dreams were born just miles from where he grew up, there at Bosse Field. He got there that night, pitched an extraordinary game, didn't receive the win because the game was tied when he left, but man, was it an impressive performance from him. It's a ball just a hair inside to kick off the at-bat for Jackson Valera. He's playing first base this evening. Valera, Gitter, and Owings, this next 3 in the Crushers lineup, very solid hitters. Throw over to first, not in time, as Keenan Irizarry is able to dive back to be safe. 1-0 is the count towards Jackson Valera from Bryce Studiville. 1-0 is the count. Pitch on the way. Sent foul to the right side, off towards I-90. Won't quite make it over there. Then Studiville appeared last week against these Lake Erie Crushers. In the game on Saturday, he came in as a relief pitcher and threw 5 1/3 innings, giving up 3 runs on 5 hits, striking out 5, throwing 83 pitches in that long relief performance for him. It was a no decision for him in that game as well. 1-1 goes inside and clips Valera, and there's now runners on first and second with 1 out. That'll bring up the left fielder, Jake Gitter. Gitter, another one of those guys that is very consistent at the plate. The catcher, Justin Felix, will step out and give hand signs around to his entire infield as the Otters set up for the lefty Jake Gitter. Long wait between pitches here. First one bounces in, gets away from Felix, and both runners are going to advance. So now with one out, there's runners on second and third. Feels oddly similar to the way things started last night for the Otters, as Brett Adcock allowed the bases to be loaded with no outs in that game. But a nice throw from Jeffrey Baez in left field kept the game scoreless after the first. 1-0 is the count towards Jake Gitter. Pitch on the way, and it's a called strike on the inside edge. That is enough to even the count at 1-1 strike to left fielder Jake Gitter. Long wait on the bump there from Studiville. Has his pitch call and sends home the 1-1. This one's sent high and foul. It's going to get out of play and back towards the concourse. And the count is 1-2. Pretty good sized crowd this evening here in Avon. They did tell me that they expected it to be a good turnout. Every Friday they have fireworks out here, so that brings a lot of people in often. A 1-2 way outside. Felix had to go diving after it to keep it in front of him. Count evens up at 2-2. Gitter has played in 3 of the 6 games the Otters and Crushers have played each other in. He's 4 for 13 in those games with just 1 RBI. Huge chance for him here to pick one up. 2-2 the count. On the way. Swinging strike 3. Very important German-American Bank strikeout there for Studiville. And there's 2 outs with runners on second and third as the hard-hitting third baseman Connor Owings heads to the plate. In the 6 games against the Otters this year, he's 6 for 23 with 7 RBIs. Hands down the most dangerous hitter the Otters have had to face on this team. This is also a very different looking Crushers team from both times the Otters have seen them, especially the first time. There's not many guys left on this team from the first series 3 weeks ago. The first pitch is high and outside for ball 1. Felix had to leave his stance a little to get to it in time. Defense is all playing pretty far back, hoping that they can just keep the ball in front of them and make this final out and keep the Otters up. 1-0 on the way, and it's a called strike right across the heart of the plate that evens the count. Got to be careful in the outfield here. This is another turf field for the Otters to play on, and the outfield is very bouncy. If a ball gets enough air underneath it and a play is not made by an outfielder, there's a very high chance it goes over the wall for ground rule doubles. They have a ton of them here because of just how much bounce this outfield has. The 1-1, swinging strike 2. Good pitch there from Studiville to go up and pitch velocity a little bit and catch Connor Owings a little behind the pitch. Heading back to the plate is Owings. He's ready to go on a 1-2 with 2 outs and runners on second and third. Studiville asked to repeat the signs. Now he has the one he likes. The 1-2, high, ball 2. That one was about eye level for Owings. Just like every stadium, this one has a little bit different look when it comes to sun. I think it's going to be the first baseman who has the biggest issues, as the sun is going to be right in the first baseman's eyes when he's looking at his shortstop and third baseman trying to throw over to him. 2-2 the count towards Owings. He fouls it back into the netting, just barely got a piece of that ball. Bunch of new series starting this weekend across the Frontier League. We'll look through the Fox Sports WIFX Frontier League scoreboard here in the next couple of innings and keep you updated all night long with what's important to see. Of course, all eyes will be on the crosstown rivalry of Joliet and Schaumburg, a couple of higher teams in the West Division facing off, as well as Washington Windy City. The 2-2, swinging strike three on a breaking pitch that went down and away. Great work from Studiville to grab that third out, leave two men stranded, and after one inning, the Otters lead by a run here from Avon, Ohio. And another welcome into beautiful Mercy Health Stadium here in Avon, Ohio, right along I-90. Tell you what, this is maybe not the most tech savvy or innovative stadium. There's no video board here for one example, but it is a gorgeous stadium. Big hill out there in left field that has some people sitting out there with blankets and umbrellas. Nice seating area, a wide open concourse for people to walk through and still be able to see the game while you're standing there in line for whatever concessions you might want. Just a really nice ballpark here. Probably the coolest part of getting to go on some of these road trips is just seeing how different some of these Frontier League ballparks are. Of course, you've got the history like Bosse Field and the Trois Rivières Stadium, both built in the early 1900s, all the way to some of these that are a little bit newer and built to host big events. This one hosts the MAC Baseball Championship tournament every year. Hard hit by J.R. Davis down the left field line, and it's down for extra bases. Right along the left field line, and I think it bounced out of play. It did. We've already seen our first ground rule double of the evening. That's enough for J.R. Davis to lead off the second inning with two bases. I tell you what, he went so quick in the at-bat, I was too busy telling you about Mercy Health Stadium to get to the first pitch there. Gunnar Kynes has given up two big hits, but the other batters he's seen, he's been very good against. So very anxious to see which Gunnar Kynes we're going to see this evening. Kynes ready's on the mound as Dakota Phillips heads to the plate. Phillips is the DH this evening. He's another one who did not play last night. 1-0 is the count towards him after the high inside pitch. I'll walk you through the defensive alignment for the Crushers. Gitter, White, Cheely, left to right across the outfield. At third is Owings, Irizarry at short, Figuerito at second, Valera at first, and it's Devin Fisher behind the plate for Lake Erie this evening. Andy McCauley set up in the third base coach's box to hopefully will J.R. Davis around as Dakota Phillips waits on the 1-0. Pitch headed home, and it's a hefty swinging strike one that evens the count at 1-1. Phillips, another one who has started to get the morale up a little bit after struggling in the last couple of offensive outings for him. Hoping to see him turn the leaf limit the strikeouts a little bit and start to get on base more consistently. And I say that, get on base more consistently. He's already getting on base very consistently, but there's the opportunities to turn some of these strikeouts into walks. That's what I'm eager to see from Dakota Phillips. He's got a really hard-hitting bat. It's just about what little nitpicky areas could you improve his game, and it'd be great to see him turn some of those full count strikeouts into walks potentially. 2-1, he lifts one out towards left field. Think it's going to stay foul down there, and it is. Probably had the distance to make it out of this ballpark, but it was probably a good 30 or 40 feet foul by the end of things. Defense is playing fairly deep on the right side, shallow on the left. Probably expecting Dakota Phillips to pull a little bit to the right side. Defense in the outfield pretty much straight up. 2-2 is the count towards Dakota Phillips. Sent home from Kynes, and way early to the ball was Phillips and fouls it to the right side out of play. Mentioned that the Otters are wearing their blue tops, gray bottoms. As for Lake Erie, it's Pride Night here. So it's white bottoms and a rainbow top. The top half of the jersey is white, and then it goes rainbow down the middle before ending on purple, with purple being their primary here. Says Crushers right above the rainbow and has their numbers on the back in purple as well. Also, fireworks after their game this evening. Apparently, it's something they do here every Friday night. 2-2 is the count towards Dakota Phillips. He's got a runner on second, no outs. At the very least, just want to move the runner here. 2-2 on the way. Swinging strike three. Chased the pitch low and away. Phillips starts off his day with a swinging strikeout. It's the second of the game from Gunnar Kynes. That will bring up the catcher, Justin Felix. He hit a home run in last night's game, a solo shot in the fifth inning. His first home run since late May. He hit 2 home runs on the Otters' road trip to Canada. Basically, he was the only Otter offensively that really showed up to Canada. But since then, has struggled at the plate quite a bit, really trying to fine-tune his swing in a lot of different ways. Must have done something right last night. First pitch he sees, fouls back into the netting. He actually did it into the wind out there in right field last night. But that's the thing I think that kind of gets taken for granted for is some of what the wind does. I think as long as you've got a breeze, that'll help keep the ball in the air. If you hit it hard enough, it really doesn't matter which way the wind's blowing. It's probably going to leave a stadium, especially with the park being a little bit shallower there at Florence. It kind of played into his favor. 0-1's the count towards Justin Felix. Kynes sends it home. Sent straight out towards center. White chasing it down in left center field. Hauls it in for the second out. And J.R. Davis will not be able to advance from second. And quickly there are 2 outs with the runner still on second. So that will put a little bit of pressure on the third baseman, Anthony Torrales. And I tell you what, he's in the starting lineup for the 3rd straight night, and he earned every bit of that 3rd start. He has been very good in his first couple. In his first professional start on Sunday against this Lake Erie team, he earned his first professional hit. It was a double. Then in his second professional start on Wednesday night at Florence, he recorded his first multi-hit game, including his first professional home run. He has hit the ground running in pro ball, and I am very excited to see where he fits into this Otters team. Right now, it's a very solid third baseman. First pitch he sees, sends it to the left side. Hot corner. Owings makes a play on the run and fires over to first in plenty of time. And it's 3 up, 3 down right after the leadoff double from J.R. Davis. He's stranded at second as we head to the bottom half of the second inning. Otters lead by 1 here on the Otters Digital Network. To the bottom of the second we go, and let's walk you through the Frontier League scoreboard presented by Fox Sports WYFX. New York and Ottawa tied at 2 runs apiece in the bottom of the third inning. Tri-City holds a 1-0 lead against Empire State in the bottom of the second. In the top of the second in Florence, the Y'alls have a 4-0 lead on Gateway, picking up where they left off against the Otters. Good work from the Y'alls in the early goings of that one. Top of the second, Sussex County leads Trois-Rivières 5-0. Sussex just got done with a 3-game sweep at Ottawa, what I think is one of the most impressive 3-game sweeps we've seen all season long from any team. New Jersey holds a 1-0 lead at Quebec. Washington and Windy City, as well as Joliet-Schaumburg, are both about to get started any moment here. A couple really interesting West Division series going on this weekend. Of course, our game 1-0 in favor of the Evansville Otters. First pitch from Bryce Studiville. Stays a bit low for ball 1 to kick us off in the bottom half of the second. He's going to face off against Coco Figuerito, Bryant Flotte, and catcher Devin Fisher in this half inning. The 1-0, and this one's lifted out to the left side and foul. Will get out of play. And the count evens at a ball and a strike. Coco Figuerito, who's at the plate now, struggled so far in the 6 games against the Otters. 4 for 21, good for a 190 average. Couple of extra base hits, in fact. Of his 4 hits, one's a double, one's a home run. But that home run is the only RBI he's managed against the Otters in 6 games this year. Certainly looking to turn a page as the second baseman here. 2-1 the count after a high inside pitch, and here comes Studiville with the 2-1. This one skied towards left field. Going straight towards the corner, drops in, and then bounces over the outside wall, and another ground rule double. This one for Coco Figuerito to kick off the second inning for the Crushers. Both second innings starting with ground rule doubles. That'll bring up Bryant Flotte, who is the designated hitter this evening. On the season, Flotte is batting .226, has the third most at-bats on the team for the Crushers so far. Against the Otters, though, Flotte is trending in the right direction, batting .250, 6 for his last 24 at-bats. Ball 1 is the first delivery to Flotte, stays just a hair low. Felix did his best to try to bring it up a little to the strike zone. Was unsuccessful, though, and the count's at 1-0. No outs and a runner on second for Lake Erie. A 1-0 pitch stays low. The count's at 2-0 now. Let's walk you through what the defensive alignment looks like for the Otters. Zach Biermann out in left. Jeffrey Baez in center. Elijah Mcnamee in right. Little changes there. Jeffrey Baez playing center only for the, I believe, 3rd time this year. Usually a left fielder. Biermann making a rare occurrence in left field as well. A 2-0 is right across the heart of the plate, and the count heads to 2-1, still in favor of Bryant Flotte. Across the infield for the Otters, Anthony Torrelas makes another start at third base. George Khalil starting at short. J.R. Davis at second. Steven Sinsley over there at first, and Justin Felix is behind the plate. 2-1 on the way to Flotte. Hefty swing, almost lost the shoes there. Tell you what, there have been a couple of Otters who have been able to mix in their off-speed so well in these last couple of nights. Some of these hitters swing so hard they go falling over nearly, and that was one right there where Studiville pulled the lampshade a little bit, slowed the ball down, and had Flotte way out in front of it. Count evens up at 2-2 strikes. Studiville sends it home, and it's fouled back towards the suite over to our right side. So the count remains at 2-2. Ballpark here, Mercy Health Stadium, sits right next to I-90, so all evening long there'll be the nice hum of vehicles going by. 2-2 the count. Studiville readies himself, fires at home. Works its way outside on the curveball there. I like the decision. Just worked a bit too far away from him. That's another thing that's been impressive about it. His curveball, especially in that game against Gateway in his first start, had a ton of break, but it was very accurate. He was picking out the entire line of the bottom of the strike zone. I would say he probably painted that line all evening long, back and forth, moving the curveball well, but also making sure that whenever it fell across the plate. The 3-2, swinging strike three. And just like that, it's the second German-American Bank strikeout for Bryce Studiville. That will bring up the catcher, Devin Fisher. Real important out there to keep things as they are with a runner on second, now with 1 out. Fisher, another newer face for this Lake Erie team, as the first offering goes to him, and it's a called strike one. Fisher's only played in the 3 games last week against the Otters, as he wasn't part of the team back when the Otters and Crushers faced 3 or 4 weeks ago. That the whole catcher position is new for the Crushers. It's now Fisher and Ronnie Allen Jr., the former Otter, who are doing things behind the plate. A pitch way outside follows a called strike one. The count evens up at 1-1 from Bryce Studiville. Trying to work around a inning leading off double from Coco Figuerito, put it out into left field, and just like as expected at this ballpark, a lot of ground rule doubles with how bouncy that outfield turf is. A 1-1 towards Fisher. Hefty swing, but he was a bit behind it, the fastball there. And the count's 1-2 in favor of Bryce Doodle. Latest start for the Otters all year tonight. A 7:05. Of course, if you don't count rain delays or any of that. 1-2 on the way to Fisher. Sent right back up the middle. Long run for Khalil, who picks it up at shortstop, but it falls out of his glove on the transfer. So it'll be an error on him that allows runners to the corners. Fisher is at first. Figuerito's at third after the error on George Khalil. He leads the team with 6 of them. That'll bring up the 9-hole hitter, right fielder Sean Cheely. There has been no one that has hurt the Otters more than Sean Cheely last week. In the 3 games set against the Otters last weekend, he was 5 for 10, scored 3 runs, and had 3 RBIs. Rock solid in that series. First pitch to him is a called strike on the low outside corner. Cheely looks back and has a quick couple of words with home plate umpire Nicholas Saxton. Saxton behind the plate, and he's joined by first base umpire Steve Miller, third base umpire Jason Smith. Those will be the 3 all week long. They'll just rotate in these next couple of games. A throw over to first is unsuccessful as Devin Fisher's back in time. Hate to see something get past Sinsley there at first, as a run would surely score. Back-to-back innings, by the way, that the Crushers have had a runner on third with less than 2 outs. An 0-1, called strike 2, and Cheely really can't believe that one. Cheely did not strike out at all last weekend against the Otters. Had 3 walks. On the season, though, far, Cheely has had his fair share, 9 strikeouts thus far. The 0-2. Sent on a line down into right field. Mcnamee will run over and pick it up. He misplays it off the heel of his glove. The throw to second won't be in time. And it will be a RBI base hit for the right fielder, Sean Cheely, who just dropped one in over there in right. And we saw once again the bouncy outfield carry a ball towards the corner out there. Made it really tough for Mcnamee to really make a play in right field. And because of it, he misplayed it a little bit and allowed the extra base. There's now runners on the corners after the RBI base hit from Sean Cheely. Back to the top of the order we go, where the center fielder Austin White now has a beautiful RBI chance with 1 out, runners on second and third, and now the game tied at 1. First pitch he sees, he skies out towards left field. Biermann gets underneath it, brings it in for out number 2. He'll throw it towards home. The play at the plate in time. Tell you what, back-to-back nights. And no, they're going to call Justin Felix for blocking home plates. And here comes Andy McCauley. And rightfully so. Felix was right there waiting on the pitch to get, or the throw from left field to get to him. By the time he received it, running dead into him was Devin Fisher. Had Fisher been there maybe a second earlier, I could see how this would be a catcher interference, but there wasn't there was a lot of time between the time the Felix set himself up and the ball getting there. And then by the time the ball got there, there was still probably 3 or 5 feet before Fisher was even going to make it home. So I totally understand Andy McCauley having a talk and standing up for his guys, as a run probably didn't need to be scored there. He's just trying to clear things up. Still talking with Nicholas Saxton at home plate, getting closer and closer to the moment that we might see a ejection. As it stands, the Crushers are up 2-1 now. And I doubt anything that Andy McCauley now is going to have any impact on changing that. Looks like J.R. Davis is talking with third base umpire Jason Smith about it now as well. Andy McCauley not giving up. He's out there pretending to be Justin Felix, setting up where he thinks he needed to be, and I think he's got a good argument. But, of course, nothing's going to change. McCauley is going to have his last word said. He's going to remain in the game, which is a good thing for the Otters, but the Crushers are going to keep their 2-1 lead as catcher's interference is called on Justin Felix after another solid throw from Biermann in left is unsuccessful. White will have a fly out to left on the play as well and earn an RBI, as they're going to call a sacrifice fly. That one might change, I have a feeling, because they did call catcher interference, so didn't think a sac fly would necessarily count. We'll see. Brings up the 2-hole hitter, Keenan Irizarry, who's playing shortstop and already has a base hit in the game. There's a runner on second, as Sean Cheely did not advance on the play. The 0-1 bounces in, and the count evens up at a ball and a strike. So yet again, in another opportunity for Bryce Studiville, he's already got an unearned run scored on him because of a unfortunate error in the infield and then a catcher interference. The 1-1 just misses the low side of the zone, and the count's at 2-1. Otters are set up fairly deep, just hoping to grab this last out of the inning. They've given up 2 runs in the second and trail 2-1. Long wait for Studiville between some of these. Ball is skied out towards left. Chasing after it is Biermann. It will fall, and it will bounce into the wall. 1 run's going to score, and stopping at second is Keenan Irizarry, who has given the Crushers another run. So with 2 outs and still a runner on second, the first baseman Jackson Valera now heads to the plate, as the Crushers lead 3-1 here in Avon. And Max Peterson's going to have a walk out there and go talk with Bryce Studiville, who at this point is already almost at 50 pitches. It was a double that started things off in the inning for the Crushers from Coco Figuerito. A strikeout to Flotte set up the Devin Fisher error that allowed him to reach. There was runners on the corners for Sean Cheely. He brought in a run with a double. Then Austin White brought in a run with his sacrifice fly and catcher interference. Finally, Keenan Irizarry has scored another run on a double as well. And the Crushers have scored 3 runs in the second. Meeting at the mound is finished. No one warming up for the Otters thus far. Hopefully it stays that way. As Studiville readies himself for the first offering to Jackson Valera. Pitch is on the way, and it's low and outside for ball one. A lot of the balls from Studiville have been low. Hasn't thrown too much to the way outsides or up high much. 1-0 is on the way. Right across the heart of the plate, as well as maybe a tad bit outside. Meanwhile, the count's at 1-1. Told you they were expecting a good crowd. Well, the crowd is starting to fill in very nicely here, mostly on the third base side due to the shading being there. A 1-1 on the way. Again, attacking the bottom edge of the zone is Studiville, and again, he gets a called strike. The count heads to 1-2, and this is a very important strike three for him to earn. Runner on second is Keenan Irizarry. Man at the plate is Jackson Valera, trying to extend this big second inning so far for the Crushers. The 1-2 bounces in, and the count evens up at 2-2 strikes. Time is called at the plate by Valera, and he'll step out and have a quick walk around, readjust the batting gloves as well. Studiville has himself ready on the mound, looking in for his sign. Has it ready to go, and we're ready for the 2-2 pitch with 2 outs and a runner on second. It's skied high and foul. Will get out of play and end up back towards the parking lot. Crushers lead 3-1 after an initial score from Sean Cheeley. Gave him their first run. A rock solid throw from Biermann in left. Ended up getting a run scored because of a catcher interference at the plate. Then Keenan Irizarry scored one more on his double. 2-2 is the count. Towards Jackson Valera. Again, he fouls one out. Really reached out to push that ball foul. Ends up out of the ballpark on the first base side. Off towards I-90. Don't think it made it all the way to the highway over there. It's a lot further than I think it looks from up here. But if you hit it in the right place out there, it might carry depending on which way the wind is starting to blow. 2-2 once again. This one's put into play. Picked up by Khalil at short. The throw to first is in time, and the inning ends, but not before 3 runs score for the Crushers on back-to-back-to-back RBI opportunities. We head to the top of the third. Otters trail by 2. Into the top of the third we go, and it'll be 9-1-2 batting for the Otters. George Khalil to get us started. In last night's game, Khalil managed a couple of base hits, a double with an RBI in the fourth, highlighting his evening. He starts off with a strike low and inside, and then a ball low in the zone, with his count now at 1-1. Defense playing push towards either side right now. A 1-1 towards Khalil, way high for ball two. Otters thought for sure they were going to get out of the inning a little bit sooner, but an unfortunate catcher obstruction called there by Justin Felix allowed an extra runs to score. 2-1 is swung through by Khalil, end up off the helmets of the catcher Fisher, and it's a 2-2 count now. The Crushers were able to pick up 3 hits in that half inning while scoring 3 runs as well. Khalil, hefty swing, and he'll sit down with a strikeout, the third of the day for Gunnar Kynes. He was really behind on that swing. That'll bring up the right fielder Elijah Mcnamee, the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game, lined out to the third baseman his first time up. Last night made his debut as the leadoff man for the Otters, picked up an RBI sac fly and a couple of singles. Said it was all because of a little adjustment he made to his bat, adding a couple extra spins of tape near the knob to make him choke up on the bat a little bit. Turns out he just needed to get the thing around a little quicker. Starts off with a ball inside, 1-0 the count. Kynes kicks and delivers on the 1-0. Mcnamee takes it for a called strike 1 across the high inside edge. One the count towards Elijah Mcnamee. He's waiting on the pitch and then swings hard at a pitch high and outside and is down in the count 1-2. So he'll take his time stepping back in, trying to avoid the same fate of George Khalil. This one's sent high and foul. Will get out of play, out of the stadium, in fact. The count's still at 1-2. Kynes already ready on the mound. Mcnamee's ready at the plate now, and we'll try again on the 1-2. High and outside yet again. Count evens up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. The entire Otters dugout is now bathed in sunshine as the sun sets over the left field corner. It brings a lot of sun to that right side of the ballpark. The 2-2, oh man, just misses. I'd say probably high. Didn't miss by too much though, and Mcnamee's lucky to be seeing an extra pitch. Full count to the right fielder Mcnamee. Payoff pitch on the way. Swinging strike 3, and it's back-to-back strikeouts for Gunnar Kynes. He's got 4 on the day. This marks his first inning so far that he's had multiple strikeouts. That'll bring up the 2-hole hitter, left fielder Zach Biermann. He crushed a ball to right field his first time up. First pitch he sees here, another hefty swing, but he's way out in front of the curveball for a swinging strike 1. Biermann was frustrated, I won't lie to you, during the batting practice session today, as he takes a pitch high and inside to even his count at 1-1. He fouled a couple of pitches off he didn't like. All this during batting practice. Was just very upset with the way things were going with himself at the plate. Really struggled in that series against Florence. I'm sure the home run to lead off this game puts him in a better spot. Now he takes one off of the Evo shield on his elbow for a hit by pitch, and he's on his way down to first. In baseball, every player's got to have a cold streak, and this one follows one of the hottest streaks the Frontier League seen all season from Zach Biermann. And hopefully the home run and hit by pitch early in this game can start to will him on to his next hot streak of baseball. Brings up the hard-hitting center fielder of Jeffrey Baez. He fouled out to first base his first time up. First offering of this at-bat works a bit inside. Baez sets up really close to the plate. His toes are almost touching the front of the batter's box, or I guess the inside of the batter's box, and because of that, a lot of the pitches he thinks are inside can sometimes be called strikes. A 1-0 that's number high is a called strike that evens the count at 1-1. He stood up out of that one thinking it was going to be called a ball, and it ended up getting called a strike on him. He turned back and had a couple of words for home plate umpire Nicholas Saxton. Probably just clarification. They'll throw over to Biermann, who I think stepped on first before the throw even got made over there. He was back in a hustle. Not a guy you have to worry about stealing, Zach Biermann. The only time he's going to steal is when there's another quick guy in front of him at second, and they'll attempt the double steal. 1-1, the pitch from Kynes. Baez thinks it's inside, and it is inside. So the count heads out to 2-1. Biermann with a small lead, of course, over there at first, just to give him some extra leeway. Not enough that he can't get back, though. Gunnar Kynes is actually going to take a second and step off. The lefty has given up 1 run on 2 hits so far in this game. Kynes sends home the 2-1. Baez is way out in front of it. He was expecting fastball, and it was the changeup that came across. And the deuces are wild at 2-2 with 2 outs. The entire infield is playing deep for Baez, hoping to just get that out. The 2-2, swinging strike 3. It'll fall out of the catcher's mitt of Felix or of Fisher, but it won't matter. He'll go ahead and tag out Baez, and that will end the top of the third. Otters still trail by a pair here from Avon. And we head to the bottom of the third inning. Otters still trailing by a pair of runs. Leading off this half inning will be the left fielder Jake Gitter. He struck out in the first inning. It is Bryce Studiville that returns to the mound for the Otters and starts off with a swinging strike from Gitter. Broke that pitch down towards the dirt. All 3 of the outs in that third inning for the Crushers and Gunnar Kynes came via strikeout. And able to earn a second swinging strike as Bryce Studiville. He's ahead in the count 0-2. Long wait as he receives the sign. Now sends home the 0-2. It bounces in. That probably hit the ground halfway home. And the count goes to 1-2. Going to get to see a new arm tomorrow evening. Steve Pastora will make his 2022 season debut for the Otters. Parker Brahms will go on Sunday for him. Of course, these are tentative and could change before then. At least things are trending in the right direction, though that's what we should expect to see. Parker Brahms had a unreal 13 strikeout performance against Florence on Tuesday night. The 1-2 on the way to get her. Stays high, probably eye level for ball 2. Count evens up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kynes right back into the box, eager for the next pitch. The 2-2. He half goes. It won't matter. It's a called strike 3. And it's the 4th German American Bank strikeout of the day for Bryce Studiville. It'll bring up the hard-hitting third baseman Connor Owings. Already has 1 strikeout this evening. That came back in the 1st. Shadows are going to start to have a little bit of a play here at Mercy Health Stadium. The first pitch from Studiville stays a bit low and outside ball 1. The Shadows are now covering home plates and about halfway to the pitcher's mound. So it'll, of course, change the look of the ball as it comes home. Studiville takes advantage of it there, I guess, and gets a called strike right across the heart of the plate. Put a little bit of heat behind that fastball and evened his count up. The 1-1 just misses to the outside edge, and he'll fall down 2-1 in the count. Rightfully so, no back action in either bullpen. Studiville's composed himself well after the couple of hits he's given up. A 2-1 towards him, again outside, but again not by very much. It's just good to see him missing somewhere that's not low and in the dirt. At least if it's a tad bit outside, Felix can still get to it. And you avoid some of those pass balls with guys on. The 3-1. This one's put into play out towards right field. Long run for Baez and Mcnamee, and Mcnamee will be the one who picks it up after it bounces past Baez. Tell you what, this outfield is so bouncy out there. They've got so much of that rubber in the turf out there. If a ball is hit well, it is bouncing anywhere between 7 or 8 feet off of the ground on that first hop. That one helped Connor Owings get himself a single. It'll bring up the second baseman, Coco Figuerito. His double in the second is what led off that long 3-run inning for the Crushers. So ready at the plate is Figuerito. Long, or fairly long lead for Owings over there at first. Studiville will send it home. First pitch is a hair outside for ball 1. Top of the 3rd inning was unsuccessful for the Otters, despite getting a man on with 2 outs. Now here in the bottom of the 3rd, the Crushers have a man on with 1 out. They'll throw over to first to check on him, but Connor Owings is back in time. On the season, Owings, not necessarily a guy you have to worry about when it comes to stolen bases, but you never know. He is 7 of 8 on the year. The 1-0, again low, sends the count to 2 balls, no strikes from Bryce Studiville. Studiville is currently sitting at 65 pitches. Fires home on the 2-ball, no strike count. There goes the runner towards second. The throw out's in time, and they gunned him down. What a throw from Justin Felix. Exactly what the Otters needed, and more importantly, That's what Bryce Studiville needed. Now not having to worry about a man on base. That's not the first time that's happened. Felix now caught 7 batters of the 27 he's faced running on him this year. The 3-0 stays low, and it will be ball 4. And just like that, another runner is on. That'll bring up the designated hitter, Bryant Flotte, who struck out in the second inning. Flotte is another one who was all right against the Otters back at Bosse Field in the 6 games they've played so far this year, 6 of 24. Flotte digs in. Wide open stance for him at the plate. Then he takes a step forward, launches one towards left field. Biermann's running a long way towards it, but it'll end up in the crowd. The initial stance is a little different for Bryant Flotte. He has his back leg, his left leg, in that low inside corner of the batter's box. Then his right foot is probably a foot and a half or so behind his right foot and then over a couple of feet so that it's very wide open. And then when he's ready to swing, he takes a big step forward. Studiville will throw over to first to check on the runner, Figuerito. He's back in time, but just barely. Figuerito this season is currently 6 for 9 in stolen base attempts. The 0-1. This one is accidentally chopped towards shallow left. Running after it is Torrellas, and he hauls it in for the 3rd out. Just barely got to that one. It's an impressive play from him that ends the 3rd inning. And once again, the Otters help out their pitcher, Bryce Studiville, who's the last one to leave the field. He was out there waiting for Torrellas to thank him. And the Crushers will remain ahead of this one, 3-1 after 3 complete innings from Avon. Top of the 4th inning action coming at you at the Otters Digital Network. Here from Avon, Ohio, the home of the Lake Erie Crushers at Mercy Health Stadium. Quite a place to watch a game, and quite a few natives have come out to watch some Crushers baseball. Of course, they've got to compete with the Cleveland Guardians not too far from here. 25-minute drive here from Avon. But a lot of the Ohio fans here are loyal to the Crushers as well. Steven Sinsley will kick off the inning for the Otters, and he'll start with a called strike 1 on the inside edge. Sinsley struck out his first time up. This all coming after a 2-home run performance from him last night. The 0-1 on its way. That stays a bit high, and the count evens up. So far, the Otters have played well in this game. Not managed much on defense, or sorry, on offense, but have done good defensive work to keep the Crushers at bay. A check swing is in time, so the count's at 2-1 for Steven Sinsley. It was a big second inning that really gave the Crushers their opportunity to strike. 2-1 the count towards Steven Sinsley. Nearly catches him in the helmet. He had to back out of the way of it, and the count's 3-1 now. Way ahead in the count after taking that first pitch for a strike. Gunnar Kynes really taking his time between some pitches there on the mound. The 3-1 called strike 2. Sinsley knew it right away as he watched it go by for the second strike. Sinsley, much like Bryant Flotte, with that wide open stance and then takes a big step forward on the swing. The 3-2 launches it high and foul. It'll be out of play to the third base side. Due up in the inning after Sinsley are Davis and Phillips. J.R. Davis had a double that led off the second inning. He wouldn't move any further than second, though. The 3-2 towards Sinsley stays high, ball 4, and he'll earn a inning leading off walk. That'll bring up the second baseman, J.R. Davis. He had that double in the second with a ground rule double into the left field corner. Just one of a couple of ground rule doubles caused by this incredibly bouncy surface out there in the outfield. First pitch from Gunnar Kynes on the way. A called strike, probably elbow high there against J.R. Davis, who check swinged. And he's looking at an 0-1. A long look over at Sinsley at first, and the pitch comes home, but it's way outside. That evens the count at 1-1. The catcher, Fisher, kind of flinched like he was going to throw out to first, but decided not to. Shadows now covering about half of the infield. Not quite covering the pitcher yet, though. The 1-1. Davis has to jump backwards to stay out of the way of it, and the count's at 2-1. The further we go into the evening, the nicer it's gotten. Low 80s now in Avon, and the wind has completely died. The flag out there in center field is completely down. 2-1. It's lifted up by J.R. Davis out towards right field. Cheely won't have to move too far to bring it in for the first out of the inning. And Davis will sit down with a flyout. That'll bring up the DH, Dakota Phillips, who has a strikeout so far in this game. Phillips did not play last night, but in his game on Wednesday night against Florence, went 0 for 2 with a couple of outs on the ground and a walk. He was then subbed out for Brody Tanksley towards the end of the game. Kynes ready on the mound, and he'll send Dakota Phillips his first pitch of the at-bat. Stays high for ball 1, as Phillips had no intention of swinging at that one anyway. Digging back in is Dakota Phillips. Patient lefty. The 1-0. He thinks about going around that time, but it just crosses the high inside edge for a called strike 1 and evens the count at 1 ball, 1 strike for him. Steven Sinsley stands over on first after his leadoff walk. There's one out for the Otters as they trail by 2. A 1-1, and it's a hefty swing from Phillips. He ended up empty-handed on it and falls down in the count 1-2. When Dakota Phillips has a pitch he decides to swing at, it's usually a big swing. That's why so many of the balls that he's made solid contact with have left the yard. The 1-2 misses a tad bit away. The count's at 2 balls, 2 strikes. For Dakota Phillips, the designated hitter this evening. He'll be followed by the catcher Justin Felix if he's needed here in the 4th inning. 2-2 is on the way. Way out in front of it is Dakota Phillips, and he'll sit down for the 2nd time this evening via the strikeout, the 6th of the game for Gunnar Kynes. That'll bring up Justin Felix, the catcher, who has a fly out to center fielder so far this evening. It was a deep fly out, but it just kind of lost momentum once it got out there. If you missed yesterday, the Ole Miss Rebels were the ones who were able to punch the final ticket to the finals of the College World Series in Omaha, Oklahoma versus Ole Miss. It's the first ever trip to the finals for Ole Miss. Felix flies one straight up in the infield. Underneath it is the first baseman Valera, brings it in for out number 3. And once again, the Otters are unable to do something with a leadoff man on. And after 3.5, it's Crushers 3, Otters 1 here on the Otters Digital Network. And with just under 70 pitches to his name, Bryce Studiville will return to the mound for the bottom half of the 4th inning. Still looking for a really solid inning to hang his hat on so far in this game. He's given up 1 earned run so far in the game on 5 hits across 3 innings. The other 2 being unearned runs. Starts off the at-bat of Devin Fisher with a called strike on the low inside corner. Defense set up rather deep as Studiville bounces one in to even the count at a ball and a strike. Long wait for Studiville before he sends home the 1-1. It's bounced towards the left field area, but it looks like it bounced just foul, just in front of the third base area. We'll start to walk you through the Fox Sports WYFX Frontier League scoreboard again as we work through these middle innings. A 1-2 bounces in, evening the count at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ottawa at home after being swept by Sussex County this week. Now leads the New York Boulders 7-3. The quest for their first win is alive once again for Empire State. They lead 3-2 at Tri-City as Studiville bounces one in and fills the count at 3-2. Gateway trails at Florence 8-2 in the fourth inning. The Yalls picking up where they left off against the Otters this week. Sussex County leads Trois-Rivières 5-1 in the top of the fifth. A 3-2 payoff pitch from Bryce Doodle to Devin Fisher. Called strike three. Fisher had already thrown the bat and was getting ready to take off the batting gloves and jog down to first. And he's turning around and walking back to the dugout after the fifth German-American Bank strikeout of the game from Bryce Studiville. It'll bring up the 9-hole hitter, right fielder Sean Sheely. He had the first RBI of the game for the Lake Erie. A double back in the second inning. Couple more scores for you in the top of the sixth inning. The New Jersey Jackals lead at Quebec 3-2. That would be another big surprise game if the Jackals were able to hold that one out. Called strike on the inside edge. Causes a smile from Sean Sheely at the plate. He didn't love the call, but he'll work with it. Now looking at an 0-1. Studiville sends it his way. It bounces in, and the count evens up at 1-1. Nearly every ball that's been thrown here in the last inning or so has bounced into the plate, and every strike has been the one that was actually across the plate. The 1-1. This one skied right over the head of J.R. Davis at second. It's going to be a long run for Mcnamee, who goes sliding into it. The throw to second will not be in time, and it's a stand-up double for Sean Sheely, his second double of the game. And with one out and now a runner out at second, it'll bring up the the leadoff man for the Crushers, who is center fielder Austin White. He earned a RBI on a sac fly in the second inning. Just about didn't. But because of the catcher obstruction by Justin Felix at the plate, it was determined safe at home, and that extended the inning and gave the Crushers not only the lead, but the opportunity to add to the lead. Otters went and threw over to first just to make sure that Sheely touched it on his way around. They say yes, he did. So with one out and one on second, it brings up Austin White, who takes ball one outside to start off the count. Studiville has spent more time pitching out of the stretch than the windup so far tonight. Just about always has a man on base behind him. The 1-0 again misses outside. So it's a 2-0 count for Austin White. Still doesn't have a technical base hit in the game thus far. Studiville shakes off a couple of pitches. Has the one he wants now. A glance out towards second. And here comes the 2-0. Right across the heart of the plate. 2-1. Austin White's smiling after that one. Probably knew it was a pitch he should have gone after. Two more games in action. Joliet leads at Schaumburg 4-0. Washington and Windy City are still scoreless in the second inning. Our thanks to Fox Sports WYFX for sponsoring the Frontier League scoreboard. Another pitch just misses to the outside edge, and it's now 3-1 in favor of the man at the plate, Austin White. A situation where Bryce Studiville is just begging for pitches to actually cross the zone. They'll try on a 3-1. That one misses outside. All four of the balls thrown in that at-bat missed just a hair to the outside. Felix looks to the dugouts for a sign to his infield. He delivers it to him as Keenan Irizarry makes his way to the plate with runners on first and second and one out. And the entire Otters infield will go to about halfway. A ball ends up out in center field, so Baez has to go run that down and toss it back out to the kids out there on the left field wall, or not wall, but left field hill out there. And now we're finally ready to go with the first pitch to Keenan Erie. Runners on first and second with 1 out here in the bottom half of the 4th inning. First pitch seen by Irizarry is skied out towards center field. Baez chasing it down out there, brings it in for the 2nd out. Both runners will try to advance, and both will safely, including Austin White at first. Baez brought that in on the warning track, probably was hit 390 feet. And with runners on 2nd and 3rd and now 2 outs, the first baseman, Jackson Valera, heads to the plate. He had a chance a couple innings ago to bring in a run with 2 outs and a runner on, but could not do it. He's really taking his time to get to the plate now. Valera digging in for the first pitch from Studiville in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Runners on 2nd and 3rd. Crushers lead by a pair. First offering, called strike on the low edge. That was a good work from Felix to keep his glove somewhere close, as that one did look like, at least from this angle, that it might have stayed just a tad low. But I am sure that won't be complained about by Bryce Doodle. 0-1 the counts. Sent home from Studiville. Pushed to the right side, just past the diving glove of Steven Sinsley. 2 runs are going to score on the RBI single from Jackson Valera. Steven Sinsley very upset he couldn't stretch out to make that play. White scores from 2nd. Cheeley scores from 3rd. And the lead hits 4 for the Crushers. See if Max Peterson makes any moves. Not right now. So he'll keep the bullpen seated and keep Bryce Studiville up on the mound. The first pitch from him, a hard swinging strike 1 from Jake Gitter. Gitter's 0 for 2 on the day with a couple of strikeouts so far. Studiville is closing in on 90 pitches in this game. We're still in the 4th inning. The 0-1. Grays is outside a bit too far, evening the count at 1-1. The runner on first is Jackson Valera. Not a huge stolen base threat. Because of that, he's not taking a very big lead. Oh, and now he's going to go. So they throw out to second. They absolutely gun him down. He thought he got a great jump, and to be fair, his jump was pretty good, but the arm from Felix won't be denied this time. And after 4 complete innings, it's now 5-1 in favor of the Crushers after they score 2 more in the 4th. For the second time this evening, Justin Felix guns a man down on his way to second. That ends the fourth inning. And despite the nice play from Felix behind the plate, the Crushers were able to score 2 more runs, and they lead 5-1 as we head to the fifth. I saw Brody Tanksley, the bullpen catcher for the Otters and extra catcher for Evansville, head down towards the bullpen, so it's possible we could see a man start warming up for Evansville. But Gunnar Kynes ready to go in the fifth, and it's a called strike one that goes across the zone for Anthony Torrellas, who will get us started in the fifth inning. Torrellas is 0 for 1 on the day with a ground out to the third baseman. A hard hit ball, though. The next pitch is fouled up and out of play off towards I-90, and it's an 0-2 count now for Torrellas. It's going to be very hard to be Andy McCauley and his staff now that you've got such a consistent player in Anthony Torrellas showing out in his opportunity with the team. Makes it so difficult to choose who's playing each and every night. Torrellas might have earned himself the full-time starting third baseman job. And because of that, it instantly takes someone out of the lineup for the Otters, whether that's J.R. Davis or Andy Armstrong or a whole number of different Otters. The 1-2 stays high for ball 2, and Torrellas evens up his count at 2-2. The entire infield is playing rather deep for Torrellas. And now he receives the 2-2. Way high. Had to kind of lean back out of the way of it. And the count's full. Sun is starting to become less and less of a factor. The only place I'd worry about it right now is right field. As Kynes sends the 3-2 home, and that's struck right through by Torrellas and put back towards the netting, keeping himself alive. Because the sun comes at such a certain angle at this ballpark, even saying that, I doubt that the right fielder will have too much issue with it because they're not really looking right at the sun. It's off to the side. The 3-2 to Torrellas, and he will earn himself a walk and get a bunch of claps from his dugout there at the first base side. So for the third time tonight, the Otters have their leadoff man on, but in all those other opportunities, the Otters went 1-2-3 down afterwards. It's going to cause a meeting up there on the mounds for Lake Erie, as Cam Roth is going to go out there and have a chat with his pitcher, catcher, and first baseman. Anthony Torrellas might surprise us and finally try to strike on a hit and run or a stolen base opportunity. Hasn't really taken those opportunities much in this game. I say in this game, hasn't really taken those opportunities in general. No stolen base attempts for him yet. Stepping back on the bump is Gunnar Kynes, who's been very good in this game. Long wait up there for him. Torrellas has a good lead there at first. George Khalil heads to the plate, 0 for 1 on the day with a strikeout. His first offering, he has a big swing, but he's just underneath it for strike one. Otters stay here in Avon for the next 2 days. They'll face the Crushers at 6:05 Eastern tomorrow night, so 5:05 there in Evansville. And then it's a 2:05 Eastern time start on Sunday, 1:05 back at Evansville. The throw over to first, not in time, as Torrellas is back in plenty of time. Be nice to see the Otters get to play a day game for the first time in a couple weeks. Oh, 0-1, the count to George Khalil. Pitch on the way to him. A little bit late on the swing, and he's able to just foul it back into the netting. The entire Otters bullpen is standing right up on the, or sorry, not bullpen, dugout is standing right up there on the fence. The only man sitting back behind is Bryce Studiville, the starting pitcher. As the 0-2 goes home to Khalil, stays high for the first ball. Studiville has done a good work to get himself out of some of the hard situations in this game, but has really worked his pitch count up quite a bit. The 1-2 to Khalil. Again, fouling it off to the right side. That one will head towards I-90. And that's really good defensive hitting for George Khalil, something we haven't seen as much from him. When he gets a good strike on the ball, though, usually he has earned himself base hits a lot more frequently, especially in these last couple weeks. A 1-2 for him, and he fouls it off the catcher's mask and back into the netting, keeping himself alive in this two-strike opportunity. 1-2 is the count for George Khalil. He's got a runner on first in the form of Anthony Torrales, who has shown no intentions on trying to snag an extra base. Torrales takes a semi-good size lead there at first. Now he takes an extra step as the 1-2 goes home to Khalil. Works a bit too far inside and evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Still no outs here in the 5th inning. Otters trail by 4. Best they try to start putting up some runs earlier rather than later, as once they get towards that 6th, 7th inning, the Otters have struggled to come back in games at that point. The 2-2, hefty swing from Khalil. He'll sit down for the strikeout for the second time in the game on a pitch that was way high in the zone. It's the 7th strikeout of the game for Gunnar Kynes. He has at least one in every inning. That'll bring up the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game, Elijah Mcnamee, who is 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a lineout. Hasn't really been able to make the astounding plays out in right field yet in this game, mostly because he's had to be a little bit cautious, because if you miss one of those diving plays or trying to be a hero plays, if you miss them out there in right field, because of how bouncy this surface is, it's going to be a long way to get to that ball. He starts off with a ball outside, so the count's 1-0 for him. He's got a man on first in the form of Torrales. The rest of the base is empty, 1 out. Here comes the 1-0. On the way now. Stays really high. It's a 2-0 count. On deck for the Otters is left fielder Zach Biermann. 1 for 1 with a home run and a hit by pitch in the game. And his home run was a hard strike. That was, of course, before the wind absolutely died in this ballpark. The 2-0. Mcnamee lifts one up towards left field. Chasing back is Gitter towards the wall, at the wall. The jumping catch, and he pulls that one back into play. Robs Elijah Mcnamee of a home run. Tough break there for big hit Mac. Could have given the Otters 2 runs, but it was brought back in by Gitter. So with a runner still on first and now 2 outs, the left fielder Zach Biermann heads to the plate. He has that power too, though. Gunnar Kynes trying to get himself out of another opportunity where he gave up the leadoff man. The first pitch is strict to the right side, through for a base hit. Torrales is going to get halted at second base. And on the first pitch that Zach Biermann sees, he hits it hard right past the first baseman. There's runners on first and second now. Whatever Florence did to the hitting of Zach Biermann, it worked for those 2 nights, but it has worn off now. A couple of solid hits for him so far, and he shares a smile and a laugh with the first baseman, Jackson Valera of Lake Erie. It'll bring up Jeffrey Baez, another hard-hitting man for these Otters. Earned a 3-run home run in last night's game. Long wait before the first pitch to Baez. Finally on the way. He zooms one out towards left field. The run is getter. It'll fall in front of him. Torrales is going to score. Rounding third is Biermann. The throw will not be in time. It's a 2-run double from Jeffrey Baez, and the Otters are right back in this one. Baez said, "Don't worry, big hit Mac, I've got you. I'll bring in a couple runs." And it's 5-3. With another dangerous hitter on his way to the plate in the form of Steven Sinsley. It'll spark a meeting at the mounds between the catcher Fisher and the pitcher Kynes. But they're the only two who meet. Steven Sinsley at the plate now, 0 for 1 with a strikeout and a walk so far in this game. Had 2 homers last night. One set the pace, one helped keep the lead going. The sun now only shining in right field, and the stadium lights of Mercy Health Stadium are starting to do their job a little bit more. The first pitch to Sinsley, way outside, but a good stop from Fisher to keep it in front of him, and more importantly, keep Baez out there at second. If Sinsley can get on, J.R. Davis is standing on deck. 2 outs, runner on second. The Otters have already scored a pair on the 2-run double from Jeffrey Baez. The 1-0 is on the way to Sinsley. He lets it stay high, and it's ball 2. Defense is playing rather deep. And at least everyone but the shortstop, Irizarry. He's just trying to keep Jeffrey Baez close to second. 2-0 the count to Steven Sinsley. He's going to call time. Unhappy with the amount of time that Gunnar Kynes took on the mound waiting to throw. Kynes looking in for his pitch call. Has it. And will deliver on the 2-0. Right across the heart of the plate. Sinsley lets it go for strike 1. And the count's at 2-1. Otters trying to add another run or so here in the 5th inning. They only trail by 2 now, as it does look like Bryce Studiville is ready to come back onto the mound for the 5th. No one warming up for the Otters. The 2-1. Sinsley way out in front of that off-speed pitch, and the count's at 2-2 now. Hefty swing, but I think that bat was probably, he had already probably let go of the backhand and was stretching it off to the right side around him before that pitch even got caught by the catcher Fisher. Count evens up at 2-2 strikes. Sent home. Misses inside, and the count is full for Steven Sinsley with 2 outs and a runner on second. Sinsley's already earned himself 1 walk on the evening. Sinsley just passed the 300 professional game mark of his career. Payoff pitch on the way to Sinsley. Sends it to the right side. It'll be played by Figuerito on 3 hops to first in time for out number 3. Otters score a pair on the double from Baez, but they still trail by 2 as we head to the bottom half of the 5th inning here from Avon, Ohio. Time for the bottom of the 5th inning, and Bryce Studiville heads back onto the mound for the Otters, just shy of 90 pitches in the game. Otters would love to get him through this 5th. I did see a couple men, as soon as the inning break started, hop up in the Otters bullpen and start to stretch, just work around with some of the bands, and with the stretching devices they have, as the ball is struck towards right field. Mcnamee towards the wall, and it's off of the mid part of the wall. Baez will pick it up in center fielder. They're pushing him towards 3. Davis, the throw to third in time. What an absolute throw! And they gun the man down at third. What a relay from J.R. Davis to get it to Torrales in time and deny Jake Gitter of a triple. He gets just a little too greedy on the hard hit. That missed a home run by probably 2 feet out there in right field. So it's a double for Jake Gitter, and then he's caught advancing to third. Brings up the third baseman, Connor Owings. Owings can do that same thing, though. You hang something that's coming a little too slowly, a little too high, and he can punish you for that act. Low and outside, ball 1, delivered from Bryce Doodle. Defense playing deep in the infield, but pretty much straight up for Connor Owings. The 1-0 zooms it towards left center field. Biermann has a long way to go towards the wall, and it bounces in play and then goes over the wall. Another ground rule double, this one for Connor Owings. And had Gitter stayed happy with his double, the run would have scored. Instead, it's 1 out and a runner on second for the Crushers. And just like that, we see the Otters hop a man up out there in the right field bullpen. Looks like it's Tyler Spring who will start to throw. Couple of really hard hit balls back to back on Bryce Studiville. It brings up the second baseman, Coco Figuerito. He's 1 for 1 with a double and a walk so far. First pitch he sees stays a bit high for ball 1. He had no intentions of going around on that pitch. Defense playing double play depth on the left side, deep on the right side. The 1-0 stays outside. Even though there is no double play available here, I guess the better way to say it is that Khalil and Torrales are both playing about halfway, like they usually do for double plays. 2-1 is the count for Coco Figuerito. Studiville just hoping he can find the strike zone a couple more times. 2-0. Just catches the low outside corner. Might be a bit of a generous call, but the Otters will take it. Felix has done a nice job trying to help frame some of these pitches this evening. Spring is throwing for the Otters out there in right field. Big 6'6" righty. The 2-1 from Studiville. Just a hair outside again. He went from starting the game with a lot of pitches missing low to then a lot of pitches missing outside to then a lot of pitches not getting to the plate, and now back to throwing quite a few on that outside edge. 3-1 the count to Coco Figuerito. Pitch is on the way. Just misses the low edge of the zone. And it is a 1-out walk to put runners on first and second now. And that great defensive play by the Otters to gun the man down on his way to third on the nice relay from Baez to Davis to Torrales. Now proving ever so important. The important thing about a runner on first is that there is a double play in order now, and the Otters will all play at double play depth right about halfway up the infield dirt, which here is turf. Studiville has himself ready for the first pitch of this at-bat. It's on the way, and it's outside as Felix has to go diving out of the over there to make sure it stays in front of him. Runner on first is Coco Figuerito. On second, Connor Owings. 1 out here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Crushers lead by a pair. The 1-0 headed home. Misses low and maybe a bit outside as well. And the count's 2-0 in favor of Bryant Flotte at the plate. Flotte so far 0 for 2 on the evening. Strikeout and a foul out. 2-0 the count. Studiville ready. The glance out to second. Here comes the pitch. A called strike 1 right across the heart of the plate. That's a dangerous pitch because that's where the first 2 of the inning really got a hold of pitches against Studiville. And that's part of the reason that Studiville is so, I think, worried about pitching to right there. But that time he caught him off guard and got a called strike. The 2-1, way out in front of it, was Bryant Flotte. He was expecting fastball. He got changeup, and the count's at 2-2. That's a huge pitch to get for Studiville, and he's got a shot too in the at-bat for Flotte. Two balls and 2 strikes, and the pitch is on the way. Pushed right back up the middle. Khalil will pick it up. Play to second for 1. To first, not in time, but they do get one of the runners. And there are now runners on first and third after the 6-4 fielder's choice. That was one where Khalil probably should have just stepped on second himself, but he opted to underhand it to Davis, and by the time Davis threw to first, there was really no play. Owings stands on third, Flotte at first, and the catcher Devin Fisher heads to the plate. 0 for 2, reaching on an error in the second and striking out in the 4th. Temperature now starting to head towards the high 70s. It looked like it might hit by the end of the game. Perfect night for baseball. Flag not moving an inch out there in right field. First offering to Fisher. Stays high, ball 1. These 2 squads will face off once again tomorrow night, but that is a 6:05 local time first pitch as opposed to 7:05. It'll be a 5 o'clock start there in Evansville. Then Sunday's a 2:05 local time, 1:05 Evansville time. Ball gets through the legs of Felix. He gets back to it. The throw to the plate won't happen, and a run's going to score on the pass ball. Owings hurries home on the pitch that just got past Felix. And it is now a 6-3 advantage in favor of the Crushers. Still at the plate is Devin Fisher, and now the double or the force at second no longer exists, with Bryant Flotte moving on to second on the pass ball as well, or on the wild pitch as well. Count heads to 3-0 after another pitch up high. And for Studiville, he is just about to throw his 100th pitch. The 3-0 called, strike 1. Spring looks like he could be warm and ready to go out there in right field. So it's possible we'll see him any moment now. 3-1 the count from Studiville. Low outside, ball 4. There'll be runners on first and second, and Max Peterson's going to make a walk out there. That might be the last pitch we see from Studiville on the day. Max is out of the dugout. Longer walk than a lot of ballparks out to the mound here, and now he will make the motion down to right field. Tyler Spring to enter the game. We'll tell you more about him right after this, as the day has ended for Bryce Studiville with 2 outs and runners on first and second in the 5th inning. Crushers lead by 3. Final warm-up pitch has been tossed by Tyler Spring. And we are ready to go with the continuing of the bottom of the fifth inning. There's runners on first and second with 2 outs as Bryce Studiville's day has ended. The last chance for Spring came in the middle game against Florence. He gave up no runs on 2 hits across 2 full innings of work. It's possible that the Otters could ask him to do multiple innings in this game as well. But of course, right now, his only instruction is grab out number 3. Then we'll talk about the rest later. He's facing the 9-hole hitter right fielder Sean Cheely, who has 2 doubles in this game already. First pitch he sees is in near the hands for ball 1. Cheely has come around to score after both of his doubles as well. One of them had an RBI attached to it. 1-0 the count. Spring with a glance out towards second, now fires the pitch home. Catches the inside edge. Cheely doesn't love the call there. Did work quite a way inside. He kind of shrugs at the pitch, though, and hops back in the box, looking at a 1-1 count with 2 outs. Both the runners on first and second belong to Studiville. The 1-1 from Spring again works way inside, and all 3 pitches have really challenged the inside half the plate to Sean Cheely. You can tell Spring does not want him to extend his hands on him. 2-1 is the count now. Spring with a glance out towards second. Here comes the 2-1. Tell you what, really wanting that pitch was Sean Cheely. He took a step forward, and by forward I mean towards the plate, extended both hands and swung, was still out in front of the pitch, and ended up bouncing it into the dugout of the Otters to the right side. He's looking at a 2-2 count with 2 outs and 2 on. Spring just needs 1 strike. The 2-2. Fouled off to the right side. That is a solid piece of contact from Cheely, but was way ahead of it. He's been just a bit antsy there at the plate. Spring already ready on the mounds. Has his count. Is looking out towards second, and now firing home on the 2-2. Cracked bat right back up to Spring. He'll run over to first and just underhand it to Steven Sinsley for out number 3. 1 run will score for Lake Erie in the half inning, but that's it. The lead still sits at 3 for Lake Erie. J.R. Davis will get us started here in the top of the 6th inning. He'll be followed by Dakota Phillips and Justin Felix for the Otters. First pitch he sees right back up the middle. Tough play for the shortstop Irizarry. The long throw, not in time. Beating out the throw is J.R. Davis, an infield single for him. Hard earned, and he gets a couple of celebratory claps from his first base coach, Bill Easley. Good work to hustle out of the box and earn himself a base. That'll bring up Dakota Phillips. 2 strikeouts to his name so far today, looking for anything that can rectify that. Felix on deck for the Otters as well. First pitch on the way, stays letter high for ball 1. Like I mentioned earlier, Phillips is looking for an opportunity to break out of a tough slump at the plate for him. He's waiting on a 1-0 right now. But they're going to throw over and check on J.R. Davis. Phillips has only managed 5 hits in his last 6 games. But 2 of those were in a 2-home run effort against Lake Erie last weekend. The 1-0 stays a bit outside. And he's got a 2-0 count in front of him. Other than that 3-game set against Lake Erie last weekend, the last couple weeks have really been tough for Dakota Phillips. 2-0 is the count. And again, a throw over. Gunnar Kynes has to be careful about making sure that his throwovers are indeed throwovers and don't end up being balks. That one he started to flinch towards home and got to be careful. There is a man warming up for Lake Erie out in the left field bullpen, Sam Curtis, who the Otters saw plenty of last weekend. The 2-0, hefty swing from Phillips. He ends up completely whiffing on that one and staying at 2-1. It was a good swing. He was just a bit above the ball, though. 2-1 is the count. And the ball is fired home. Stays high again, and it's a 3-1 count to Dakota Phillips. Late game this evening. Latest start of this season, actually, for the Otters. But it turns around tomorrow. 6:05 local time is when they'll throw out the first pitch. Back in Evansville, it's a 5:05 start. Same thing with Sunday. Of course, it's an hour ahead there in Evansville. 2:05 start here, 1:05 in Evansville. Phillips gets way underneath the ball and fouls it off towards the left side. It'll get out of play and actually might even get out of the stadium out there. Otters trail by 3 as we head here to the 6th inning. Davis earned himself first base on a hard hit infield single. Now Dakota Phillips is trying to keep the line moving. Full count. No outs, runner on first. The payoff pitch. Swinging, strike 3. Then it's the 3rd strikeout of the game for Dakota Phillips. And the 8th of the game for Gunnar Kynes. And that might do it for Gunnar Kynes. It will. He earns a strikeout, and they call it quits on his evening. We'll let you know who's coming in for him and more about him right after this on the Otters Digital Network, where Evansville trails by 3 in the 6th. It is Sam Curtis who comes into the game for Lake Erie in relief. This call to the bullpen is presented by our friends at Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. Curtis on the mound, Fisher behind the plate. That pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road. Or you can give them a call at 812-475-9000. Let them know that Evan the Otter sent you their way. Big chance here for the catcher, Justin Felix, with one on and one out. Felix had a booming home run last night, although I'll tell you this much, there's not much wind tonight that would help carry the ball anywhere. The flag out there in right center field has not moved an inch in, gosh, probably 3 or 4 innings now. Felix ready for the first pitch. They're asking for the music to be turned off. Finally, it comes off and they can continue play. Felix digs in with a runner on first in the form of J.R. Davis and one out. Here in the top of the 6th inning, Otters trail by 3. They go check on Davis. He's back in time. Just barely got his fingertips back over in time. So we still haven't seen an official pitch from Sam Curtis yet. Otters have no one warming up, so it sounds like Tyler Spring will continue in the game for him. The first pitch towards Justin Felix. He takes it high and inside for ball 1. J.R. Davis this season is 1 for 4 in stolen base attempts, but don't put it past him to try here. He's got a huge lead over there at first. Looks a bit antsy as well. The 1-0 to Felix. Fired home. Called, strike 1, evens the count at 1-1. Tell you what, J.R. Davis looks really antsy over there at first. Shifting his weight back and forth really quickly. His right foot, which is his lead foot, of course, towards second, twitching a little bit like he was eager to go. Maybe that's just getting to the head of Sam Curtis. They're going to go throw over at him. The ball gets out of Valera's mitt, but it doesn't get too far away over there at first, so it stays 1-1. And it's still a runner on first with one out. Unlike Bossy Field, a throw over that's missed to first here likely does not take the runner all the way to third, but it surely gets you one base. The 1-1 towards Justin Felix. He zooms it to the left side into the fans over there. Very quick foul ball to the left side as the netting only goes to the end of the dugouts here at this ballpark. And they're going to hold the game for a second while they go check on the person over there, because immediately they were asking for help. The athletic trainer for the Crushers went running over there. Game's still under hold as everyone's attention is turned to the third base side, over to wherever that foul ball went. The home plate umpire is asking for a thumbs up, and it looks like we're good to keep playing. Applause to be heard around the ballpark as whoever it was over there on the third base side seems to be all right now. 1-2 the count for Justin Felix. Now he's got to get his head back into the game and the situation. Runner on first is J.R. Davis with one out. He looks antsy again over at first. Here comes the 1-2 to Justin Felix. Again, it's to the left side. They'll go to second for 1, to first, not in time. Felix is going to make it on the fielder's choice. The ball was hit sharply to the third baseman. So the Otters have one more out now, but It's a new runner at first. Officially, it's a 6-4 fielder's choice there. That retires Davis on his way to second with 2 outs. Felix stands on first, and Anthony Torrales heads to the plate. 0 for 1 on the day with a ground out and a walk. Long wait on the mound from Sam Curtis. First pitch to Torrales. Fouled down the first base line. It bounced in foul territory, but then worked its way fair right at the first baseman, Valera. And that will result in out number 3. Otters get a leadoff man on. Can't do anything with him. And after 5.5 innings, it's Crushers 6, Otters 3. Tyler Spring remains on the mound for the Otters in the bottom of the 6th inning. Forgot to mention last inning, so I'll say it now. Spring on the mound, Felix behind the plate. That pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or you can give them a call at 812-475-9000. Spring did his job in that last half inning. Came in with a couple runners on and got the 1 out he needed. And once again, they have to wait an extra second as the music was not turned off in time. Home plate umpire Nicholas Saxon looked a bit upset that this is a reoccurring problem. He's trying to hurry the game up, it seems, as neither of them seemed like the music was turned off too late. But I guess as soon as that second foot gets in the batter's box, you want it off. Regardless, it's a called strike 1 that leads off for Austin White, the leadoff man. He takes another strike for strike 2, and he's risking his first strikeout of the game. Austin White has been one of my favorite players to watch here in the last few games. Came out of nowhere out of Coastal Carolina into this league and has been very good as the leadoff man for the Crushers. Spring sends one high and outside, and the count's at 1-2. Coastal Carolina was eliminated in the regional matchups in the NCAA Division I baseball tournament this year, and he came right here afterwards. Another pitch high and outside from Spring, evens the count at 2-2. Don't forget that the Otters play tomorrow night, 6:05 local, 5:05 Evansville time, as they continue the 3-game set here. The ball sent bouncing towards Sinsley at first. They'll pick it up, step on first himself for out number 1. That one took a weird hop, so good work on Sinsley over there to make sure he takes care of it. And it'll bring up the shortstop, Keenan Irizarry, who's 2 for 3 with a single, RBI double, and flyouts. And let it be known, his flyout to center field was very deep. Very deep. was probably 5 or 6 feet shy of a home run. First offering to Irizarry in this opportunity. Called, strike one on the outside edge. Nice pitch from Spring. Spring already ready for the next pitch. He's just waiting on Irizarry to get back into the box. He is now. And here comes the 0-1 from Tyler Spring. It's almost the same place, maybe a bit further outside, and it's ball one, evens the count at 1-1. The final line score for Bryce Studiville. He allowed 6 runs, only 3 of them earned, on 9 hits in 4 2/3 innings of work. Walked 4, struck out 5. 1-1 from Spring. Outside again, it's a 2-1 count. Studiville ended up throwing 103 pitches, but only 55 of them were strikes. Had a game ERA of 5.79. 2-1 is the count now for Keenan Irizarry. Spring is ready on the mound and fires the 2-1. It's sent high and foul and out of play to the left side. Will end up in the sweets, or at least the sweet areas. And the count's at 2-2. They've got an audio they've played here of, I think it's like a car crashing. It's supposed to be the foul ball sound, I guess, when it goes out there. But it does sound like a car is crashing out there on I-90, moving right here alongside the baseball field. Makes me look over there every time I hear it. Swinging, strike 3, and Tyler Spring's going to earn himself a German American Bank strikeout, his first of the game, and there's 2 outs. Good work from Spring to attack that outside edge over and over and over until he got it where he wanted it. Was able to earn the strikeout. That'll bring up the first baseman, Jackson Valera. 1 for 2 with a 2-run single, a ground out, and a hit by pitch in the game. No one warming up in either bullpen right now, as Spring sends the first pitch home for a called strike 1 on the outside edge. Otters return home on Tuesday night to face the Joliet Slammers for the first time this year. It's Taco Tuesday, and I have sources that say they might be debuting something new on Taco Tuesday. The only way you can find out about it is you got to be there. As the ball is sent high and fair in shallow right field, brought in by Steven Sinsley for the 3rd out of the inning. 1-2-3 for Tyler Spring in the bottom of the 6th. We head to the 7th. Otters trail by 3. The Otters trail by 3 as we head to the 7th inning. They'll bring in George Khalil, Elijah Mcnamee, and Zach Biermann, the 9-1-2 hitters, to work through this 7th inning as we approach the back third of the game. Otters really need to get something working quickly in order to start to work their way back into this game. I want to remind you that if you want to stay up to date with the latest news and promotions from the Evansville Otters, you can visit evansvilleotters.com and subscribe to the Otters e-newsletter by clicking Join the e-news on the evansvilleotters.com homepage. That way you will never miss a single bit of news from the Evansville Otters. Post-game news, pre-game news, Otters getting contracts bought to go to the minor leagues, anything. It'll be in your inbox. As Khalil takes a pitch inside for ball one. Quickly, here comes Curtis with the 1-0. That gets past the catcher Fisher, and the count's at 2-0. Fisher cleaned up the work from Gunnar Kynes in that last half inning. We've got the line score for Gunnar Kynes. He ends up allowing 3 runs on 5 hits and 5 1/3 innings of work in this game. Walked 2, struck out 8. It's another solid game for Gunnar Kynes, as George Khalil takes a strike on the low outside corner. The count falls to 2-1. Khalil ready to go once again, looking at a 2-1 count. Hefty swing, and he comes up empty-handed, 2-2 the count. Sometimes I think that the height of George Khalil standing in there at 6'4" doesn't do him favors as his strike zone widens, and he has a long way to go for some of these, but he hammers a ball to left field. Get her towards the wall. Gone! It's the second professional home run for George Khalil. The Australian will touch them all, and the Otters are within 2. The other thing that being 6'4" brings is the arms are long too. He extended them there and pulled that thing to left field. A solo home run for George Khalil. And the Otters trail 6-4 in the 7th. And for George Khalil, like I mentioned, his second home run of the season. Have to go all the way back to the 3rd of June to find his last one. That happened at Gateway. Brings up Elijah Mcnamee, the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game. He's 0 for 3. His last hit, or his last attempted hit, was a fly out to left field where he had a home run, but it was brought back in by Gitter, who jumped at the wall and robbed him. 0-1, the count to Elijah Mcnamee. Just misses low and outside. Got away from Sam Curtis there. The count evens at a ball and a strike. Due up after Elijah Mcnamee is Zach Biermann, who had a solo home run back in the 1st. The 1-1 to Mcnamee. Fastball just about got past him. He was really late to it, but he fouls it back into the netting. And he falls down to the count 1-2. Time taken between pitches by Sam Curtis. Nods at his pitch and sends home the 1-2 to Mcnamee. Goes all the way past Fisher, gets all the way back to the backstop. Won't matter with nobody on, as the count's at 2-2. (6-4) the score in favor of Lake Erie. Otters trying to work their way back in this one. It would be tied for their biggest comeback of the season if they could come back and win. Mcnamee pushes one out towards right field. Chasing in is Cheely. The dive, and it bounces in front of him. There goes Mcnamee to second. He's going to round towards third. The throw will be nowhere close, and it's 3 bags for Elijah Mcnamee. Absolutely took advantage of the right fielder diving and missing. Would have been a spectacular catch if it was made by Cheely, but because it wasn't, it was extra bases, and Mcnamee's going to earn a triple on a hard-earned one there. It's his 3rd triple of the year that leads the team. Not a bad way to start off the inning for the Otters. A solo home run, a triple, and now one of the league's best, Zach Biermann, heads to the plate. His home run at the beginning of the game extended his league lead to 13. And just like that, the whole infield shifts to the right. Biermann fouls one towards me, came rather close, but it goes off the windowsill right next to me, and the count's at 0-1. And one of the kids that is here in uniform with his Little League team is celebrating after getting the foul ball. Another foul ball by Biermann is sent over this way. The first one landed right next to my window, or hit off right next to my window. Second one lands on the roof right above me. And Biermann's down in the count 0-2. Now he's just got to even something up, put it in the field of play, and bring Mcnamee home. The 0-2 to Zach Biermann. Lifts one up towards deep left field. Gitter's underneath it. Hauls it in. Will they send Mcnamee home? No, they won't. Probably smart they didn't. It was a strong throw from Gitter in left. And the man will remain at third, now with one out. That'll bring up the center fielder Jeffrey Baez, who's 1 for 3 with a 2-run double in the 5th inning. He just passed 150 career doubles last week, Jeffrey Baez did. Tonight is playing in game number 893 of his career. Just a man that plain loves the game of baseball. First pitch to Baez is high and inside for ball 1. Mcnamee stands on third with 1 out. Just needs something deep to score him. The 1-0. Pushed out towards the second baseman. He'll backhand it and just throw to first for the sure thing out. Mcnamee will head home and score on the fielder's choice by Jeffrey Baez. And just like that, the Otters are within 1. And with 2 outs, Steven Sinsley heads to the plate. Officially, it's 4-3 on the fielder's choice by Jeffrey Baez. That scores Mcnamee from third. Sinsley is 0 for 2 on the day, a walk, a ground out, and a strikeout. Trying to back end a 2-home run performance last night. Starts off with a ball inside, 1-0 the count. The defense is expecting him to pull to the right side, as the shortstop's playing pretty much right above second base. The 1-0, he checks his swing. Are they going to ask if he went? They are going to ask. They said no, he didn't. So it's 2-0 in favor of Steven Sinsley, who's at the plate now. J.R. Davis due up next if Sinsley can get on. The 2-0 stays low, maybe away as well. And just like that, a man starts to warm for the Crushers out there in left. Time is called as once again the kids playing out on the hill and left have a ball end up in the field of play in center field. They get it removed, and we're ready for the 3-0 to Steven Sinsley, looking to earn his second walk of the day. The 3-0. Strike 1 at the numbers. Otters trail by just 1 with 2 outs here in the top of the 7th inning, scoring on a solo home run from George Khalil, and then on a fielder's choice hit by Jeffrey Baez. 3-1 to Sinsley. Takes it outside for ball 4 and earns a free pass for the second time. That is met by some disagreement by the fans here in Avon. And J.R. Davis will head to the plate. So far on the day, Davis 2 for 3, a single, a double, and a flyout. Davis managed a home run in the middle game against Florence. Davis is a very versatile player. Good match of speed power, strong defensive work when he's playing at second. Can almost play, not every position, but he can play a lot of the positions you might need him for. We've seen him at left, at third, at second this year. He's even the caliber of player that can be a DH, like he's been a couple times in the last week. The 0-1 on the way to Davis. Puts it right back up the middle. The shortstop, Irizarry, picks it up, fires the second for the 1 out they need. Otters score 2 in the top of the 7th inning. They trail by just 1 now. It's time to stretch from Avon. We have the bottom of the 7th coming at you next on the Otters Digital Network. Well, we've stretched in Avon, and Tyler Spring is going to be the one who returns to the mound for the Otters. He's gone an inning and a third so far. Why not keep him in there? He had the first 3-up, 3-down inning of the night against the Crushers. In fact, it was the first 3-up, 3-down inning of the night on either side. So why not give him a shot to stay in there? It'll bring up the left fielder Jake Gitter, who so far tonight has 2 strikeouts and a double that he tried to turn into a triple and was thrown out at third. Takes a pitch up high for ball 1 to start off his count. Glad you're joining us on a beautiful Friday night for baseball in Avon, Ohio. The 1-0 from Spring. Stays just a tad bit too high once again, and it's a 2-0 count. We're here at Mercy Health Stadium, just a short drive from downtown Cleveland. Crushers struggling in the early parts of the season, have had a lot of roster turnover, especially in the last few weeks. Currently sit at the bottom of the West Division, but hey, anything can happen with a couple of strong wins, and you turn stuff around the right way, and the West Division is so close right now. I mean, Joliet was at the bottom for a long time, and out of nowhere has snagged the top spot. A ball is crushed towards right field. Say goodbye, a solo home run from Jake Gitter. Oh my, he put that one into the night sky. And just like that, the Otters have one more run of insurance that they have to battle against. Now down by 2 once again after a solo home run from Jake Gitter. He knew that one right off the bat, turned towards his dugout, shouted a couple things towards his dugout before tossing the bat and taking his trot, touching them all. It brings up the third baseman Connor Owings, who has a single double and strikeout so far in the game. his first offering. Called strike on the high inside corner. Otters are content with Tyler Spring's work thus far. No action in the bullpen, though there is a couple individuals who are stretching out there. 0-1 is the count, and the pitch is on the way. Stays just a tad bit high, and the count evens up. That's been the biggest struggle, I think, for Tyler Spring, is trying to make sure he can keep it close and still challenge. The problem is some of his balls are getting too far away that the guys at the plate are smart enough not to go for him. The problem is I think he saw Bryce Studiville put a couple of pitches just a little too close towards the end of things and start to pull base hits off of him. No outs, but one run's already come across for the Crushers. Bases are empty on a 1-2. It's zoomed towards the right field line. It will end up just a bit foul. And the count remains at 1-2. That ball hooked towards the right side. Had home run distance, but it just curved a bit too far. Connor Owings returns back to the plate. 1-2 his count, trying to avoid a second strikeout. Tyler Spring is trying to induce that very same thing. The 1-2 from Spring. Zoomed high. It's going to be foul on the left side. Biermann towards the foul line, hauls it in, and actually it worked its way a bit fair. But regardless, it's out number one on a fly out to left field. It'll bring up the second baseman, Coco Figuerito, 1 for 1 with a double and 2 walks so far in this game. And I just saw the fire truck actually pull into the parking lot here. They're doing fireworks post-game this evening, something they do every Friday after home games here at Mercy Health Stadium in Avon. Part of the reason that they said the crowd was supposed to be so good tonight, Fridays are always big because of the fireworks. The first pitch to Coco Figuerito is a called strike on the low inside corner. There is a man warming up still for Lake Erie. Due to these specialty jerseys, the number is just hard enough to see that can't tell exactly who it is. He just turned, and I believe it's Kenny Wells starting to warm up out there in left. Wells, the 6'10", 195-pound righty. See if he makes an appearance next half inning. 1-1 the count towards Figuerito. Spring sends it home. It's skied high towards center field. Baez will just make a couple of steps, walk to his left side, and bring it in for out number 2. So after the leadoff home run by Jake Gitter in the inning, it's back-to-back pretty easy flyouts for the Otters, and it brings up the DH, Bryant Flete, who's 0 for 3 with a strikeout, foul-out, and reaching on a fielder's choice in the 5th inning. First offering to him. Swings at a pitch way low and away. In fact, the pitch probably bounced a couple inches in front of home plate, but he took a hack at it, was empty-handed coming up. Spring right back up on the mound and fires on the 0-1. This one is sent foul to the left side. Will end up in the party area in the second deck here. Quite a nice ballpark here at Mercy Health Stadium. In fact, it hosts the MAC Baseball Conference Championships. And rightfully so. Nice place for ball games. Time is called as a pitch from the bullpen got back towards the backstop. And Tyler Spring will have to wait a second before he sends the 0-2 home. Unlike a lot of the other stadiums in the Frontier League, the bullpens face home plate. The 0-2 looked like a great pitch, but it must have stayed a bit low for ball 1. At Bossy Field, the pitcher is throwing towards the outfield wall with the bullpens out there in left and right field. Here, it's the opposite way. Pitcher's throwing towards the dugout, so when a pitch gets past the catcher on a wild pitch or whatever, it does end up going a long way. The 1-2, swinging strike 3. Tyler Spring manages a strikeout, gives up a run, though, on a solo home run. Otters once again have to come back for a 2-run deficit. It's 7-5 as we head to the 8th inning. And as we begin the top of the 8th, the pitching change needed for Lake Erie. They're going to ask Glaven Pineda to come in out of the bullpen. They got him up at the last second and got him a few pitches, and here he is into the game in the top of the 8th. That call to the bullpen is presented by our friends at Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. And the pitcher-catcher battery, Pineda on the mound, Fisher behind the plate. That pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road. Give them a call at 812-475-9000. The first offering to Dakota Phillips. Hefty swing on a strike 1 to start. Phillips is 0 for 3 with a hat trick of strikeouts so far. Trying to avoid the dreaded golden sombrero this time. The 0-1 is on the way across the heart of the plate for strike 1. Counts even to a ball and a strike. Right away, Phillips back in the box, looking at a 1-1 count. Pineda taking his time there on the mound. Finally readies himself. The pitch catches the high inside corner, and it's a 1-2 count. Due up after Dakota Phillips, Justin Felix, and Anthony Torrelas. These three have failed to get a hit so far in the game for the Otters. Pineda taking his time, looking in at home plate. Finally has the sign he wants. Fires on the 1-2. No, he steps off. He started to lift his leg and like maybe he slipped a little bit, hopped off instead. Grabs the rosin bag real quick and resets. Waiting on the 1-2. Got himself ready And this time he will send home the 1-2. Zoomed out towards left field. Going towards the wall is Gitter. In the corner, he jumps. Not there. It's gone. And Dakota Phillips avoids the golden sombrero in the best way he can with a solo home run to left. And once again, the Otters only trail by 1. This team lives and dies by the home run. It's their third one of the night, all 3 of them solo shots. And it's 7-6 Crushers in this one. And a man who picked up a home run in last night's game heads to the plate now, Justin Felix, the catcher. In this game, though, Felix is 0 for 3, a flyout, pop-out, and reaching on a fielder's choice. Long wait from Glaven Pineda once again on the mound. Sends it home. Way underneath it is Felix, and it's going towards shallow foul ground in left territory, and it'll be brought in by the third baseman Owings. So a foul out there will bring up the third baseman Anthony Torrelas. He is 0 for 2 with a couple of groundouts and a walk so far in the game. Trying to keep up what has been a solid start to his professional career. Has base hits in all 3 of his first 3 professional starts. The first offering towards Anthony Torrelas. On the way from Pineda. Works high inside and almost grabs Torrelas in the hands. So it's a 1-0 count. High 90 picking up traffic out there to the right side of the ballpark. The 1-0 to Torrelas. Again works inside, and it's 2-0 now. Back-to-back pitches working way inside on Anthony Torrelas, and he's more than happy to stay patient there at the plate. 2-0 is the count as Glaven Pineda steps back and fires home. This one catches the zone right at the elbows. And the count's 2-1, favoring Anthony Torrelas. Haven't seen a lick of wind since the second inning. As the 2-1 heads home, stays low and outside, ball 3. The lack of wind hasn't really affected the Otters since the wind went away. Otters have hit a couple of home runs. Crushers have hit a home run. Hasn't made much of a difference, obviously. The 3-1 to Torrelas. Takes a pitch inside, and he earns himself a 1-out walk. His second walk of the day, and it's back-to-back games. He's earned multiple walks. That'll bring up the shortstop, George Khalil, who was 0 for 2 to start the day with a couple strikeouts, then hit a solo home run in the 7th. It was the second home run of his professional career. His first one coming just a couple weeks ago at Gateway. This one obviously feels a lot better for him, I would assume, as this ballpark plays much longer than Gateway does. First offering from Glaven Pineda. High inside. Again, a batter has to kind of duck out of the way of a pitch. Torrelas with a good-sized lead at first. Khalil ready at the plate. 1-0 the count. Glaven Pineda readies himself up on the mounds. Fires home. Again, the pitch works inside. Really, in all honesty, that is 6 straight pitches that have worked inside towards these right-handed hitters from Glaven Pineda. And the Crushers are warming someone up in the left field bullpen and have been for some time. The 2-0. That one isn't inside, but it's high, and it's 7 straight balls. A 3-0 count now to George Khalil. And it looks like whoever was warming up out there in left field is warm and ready to go as he's standing there next to the catcher. The 3-0 is a called strike one on George Khalil. He just kind of stood up as that one came home, expecting it to be a ball, and because of it, probably got the automatic strike for assuming. The 3-1. That one works low and outside, and it's back-to-back walks for the Otters with 1 out. And with runners on first and second and 1 out, Elijah Mcnamee heads to the plate. He extended his on-base streak to 28 games his last time up with a triple, and he's going to see a new pitcher. Call to the bullpen here for the Crushers. We'll let you know who it is right after this on the Otters Digital Network. Otters just need 1 to tie. Trevor Kunkel will be the man out of the bullpen for the Crushers of Lake Erie. He appeared in 1 game against the Otters last week, and in that he gave up 2 runs on 2 hits in 1 inning of work. That's exactly what the Otters want to do here. They trail by just 1 and have a chance to put themselves right back in this game. And, you know, the big goal is to find a way to be leading going into that 9th, because then if you can rely on Logan Sawyer to come in that bottom of the 9th and close out the game, chances are you're going to be in a great position to win. Does look like we might see Jake Polancic start to warm up, and indeed we will. He's starting to throw out there, so he would potentially be the 8th inning guy. Then maybe Sawyer would be the 9th inning guy if the Otters were able to take the lead. It is a perfect guy to have up in this scenario. The right fielder, Elijah Mcnamee, earned himself a triple the last time up. Like I mentioned, extended that on-base streak to 28 games now. But more importantly, he's got a chance to tie this game with something solid here. Trevor Kunkel up on the mounds. Is this called a bullpen presented by Business Communication Solutions? Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. And the first pitch is inside, ball 1. Kunkel on the mound, Fisher behind the plate. The pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or call at 812-475-9000. Let them know Elijah Mcnamee sent you. The 1-0 to Mac is ball 2 on the inside edge. So he's ahead in the count 2-0. With runners on first and second, Khalil at first, Torrales at second. Otters trail by 1 here in the top of the 8th inning. Good leads from both Torrales and Khalil as the 2-0's fired home. Mcnamee lifts it out towards right field. Long run for Chile. Runs towards right center, hauls it in for the second out, and Torrales is going to advance to third very easily. And with 2 outs, runners are on the corners for the Otters. An absolutely huge RBI chance for Zach Biermann. A good fly out there for Mcnamee. And I've said it multiple times. Big-time players make big-time plays in big-time situations. It's been said by tons of people across the years. Zach Biermann is that big-time player, and these are the moments he's always come up clutch for the Otters. 2 outs, runners on the corners. All he has to do is bring in Torrales from third, and the game is tied. The first pitch towards Zach Biermann. Low and away, ball 1. He's 2 for 3 on the day. A solo home run in the first, a single in the 5th. He was hit by a pitch in the 3rd, but left at first. Decent lead for Khalil over on first. As the 1-0 heads home to Biermann. He thinks about going, but it stays low for ball 2. A 2-0 count now. We're in the top of the 8th inning. Otters have been working on coming back in this game ever since taking a deficit in the 2nd. The 2-0 on the way now. Biermann pushes it out towards the left side. It's going to get foul, however, and end up in the stands. I'll tell you what, that had home run distance. I didn't think it carried that much. It landed on the hill out there, but it was 20 or 30 feet foul. 2-1 the count towards Zach Biermann. He's got runners on the corners and 2 outs. Tying run just 90 feet away. The 2-1 put right back up the middle. Will it get through? It does. 1 run will score, and the Otters have tied the game at 7 on an RBI single from Zach Biermann. Huge base hit for the big-time left fielder Zach Biermann. Just kind of dribbled that one through the middle of the diamond, and it was enough to score a run. And it'll bring up Jeffrey Baez with a chance to give the Otters the lead now, with once again runners on the corners as Mcnamee rounded second. As the play got all the way out to the center fielder, he took the opportunity to grab an extra base. Torrales has scored. I apologize. It's actually George Khalil at third. Biermann at first. Jeffrey Baez at the plate. He's already got a RBI base hit tonight. Hefty swing at the first pitch he sees. He was a bit behind for strike 1. Baez has 3 RBIs in the game. 2 on a 2-run double in the 5th. 1 on a fielder's choice RBI in the 7th. He could add another here. 0-1 is the count. Biermann's at first. Khalil's at third. Baez watches it go by for a called strike 2. Big time opportunity for Jeffrey Baez to potentially give the Otters the lead. It would just be their second lead of the entire game. The 0-2. Swinging strike 3. Otters will have to wait to take a potential lead. And after 7.5, we're tied at 7 thanks to an RBI single from Zach Biermann. We head to the bottom half of the 8th right after this on the Otters Digital Network. Jake Polancic coming in to pitch in the bottom of the 8th inning. Before we get to more about him, Tyler Spring ends with just giving up 1 run on 1 hit in 2 1/3 innings of work. No walks, 2 strikeouts. Beautiful long relief appearance for Tyler Spring, exactly what the Otters needed. Jake Polancic will take to the mound in his first appearance since he played in that game against Florence in the opening game. Gave up 1 run on no hits, failed to recover a single out. He actually gave up a couple extra runs in that performance, but they weren't credited to him just because he came into relief. So this is a big chance for him to come in and show he is going to be a man that needs to be a solid option, a consistent option for the Otters in the bullpen. He will face Devin Fisher, Sam Cheely, and Austin White. First pitch is a called strike to Devin Fisher. This call to the bullpen is presented by our friends at Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. Polancic readies for the 0-1. Kicks and fires home. Make it 1-1 as he misses just outside. It's Polancic on the mound, Felix behind the plate. That pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road. Call it 812-475-9000. The ball is tipped foul into the catcher's mitt of Felix for strike 2, and it's a 1-2 count towards Devin Fisher, who so far in the game's 0 for 2, reaching on an error, reaching on a walk. He did come around to score after that error on the catcher's obstruction at home. The 1-2, called strike 3 at the high outside corner. Jake Polancic comes into the game and grabs a German American Bank strikeout to start things off. Good work from the Otters thus far, as they've now piled up 8 strikeouts across the 3 pitchers so far. It'll bring up the right fielder, Sean Cheely, who has been the thorn in the Otters' side this evening. 2 for 3 with 2 doubles. One of them had an RBI attached to it. Long wait on the mound for Polancic, ready to go now. First pitch is on the way, and it's driven right back into the netting for ball 1. Shaking his head there at home plate is Sean Cheely, saying, okay, I've seen what he's got now. Got to back it up now with my next attempt. Little righty versus lefty action. Polancic the righty, Cheely the lefty. Hefty swing on the 0-1. He comes up empty-handed and just stares at the bat for a second. 0-2 on the count. Big option here. 0-2 is the count. Polancic sends home the 0-2. Missing outside ball 1. That's a good pitch. Just wasn't bought on. So living to see another pitch is Cheely at the plate. The 1-2, bouncing back up the middle. Long run for Davis. He picks it up to throw to first. Is it in time? Not quite. Oh boy, that was a really good play from J.R. Davis, but he was set up so far back in the infield, he just didn't have time to charge it. And it'll be an infield single for Sean Cheely. He's 3 for 4 on the day. It'll send us to the leadoff man, Austin White, who's 0 for 2 so far. Fly out, ground out, sac fly RBI, and a walk. Polancic seems to be ready up there. Tom Kramick, the president and CEO of the Crushers, came up and had a word with me a couple innings ago. Really love that part about independent baseball, is how transparent the team owners and team presidents are. So there's a runner heading towards second, but the ball is fouled back into the netting, so Sean Cheely will have to make the walk all the way back to first. Had a nice chat with him, though, about what the Crushers have been doing. He asked a little bit about what the Otters have been doing with stuff there at home. Even asked about my broadcast partner, Bill McEwen, and asked how he was doing. said that there were many times he'd come to games in Evansville and happened to meet Bill McEwen. 0-1 the count from Jake Polancic, and he's going to go fire over to first, but this time Sheely's back in time. Austin White's looking at an 0-1 count. White, another left-handed batter. Good mix of lefties and righties in this team. Oh, 1 is the count. Jake Polancic has himself ready on the mound. The deep breath. And here comes the 0-1. Called strike 2 right at the elbows. Great pitch from Polancic. And that means that there's a runner on first with 1 out and an 0-2 count to Austin White. The 0-2 thrown out to second, all the way out into center field by Felix. They're waiting to see if the bat went around on the swing, but I doubt they saw it. Oh, they say he did go around, so it's a strike him out and a failed throw him out. But the first half of it is true. Austin White sits down with a strikeout swinging. That's the second one of the game for Polancic. Another German-American Bank strikeout. And with 2 outs, there's a runner on second as the shortstop Keenan Irizarry heads to the plate. Irizarry already has a couple of base hits in this game, and Polancic has got to make sure that one doesn't score here. Got to find a way to make sure you don't let that poor throw out to second turn into a run. Polancic taking his time between the pitches here. Has his sign. Look out to second. Here comes the first pitch to Irizarry. Called strike 1 right down the middle. Good offensive strike there just to attack the zone. Put himself in a position to grab that first strike. Irizarry digs back in, looking at an 0-1 count. Polancic with a glance out to second, and then throws the 0-1 home. That stays a bit low and inside, evens the count at 1-1. Good work from Felix to keep it in front of him and not allow Sean Sheely to reach third. Tied at 7 runs apiece in the bottom of the 8th inning, the Otters have come storming back in this game multiple times. Every time they seem to get close, the Crushers pull away again. This is where the Otters need a bullpen pitcher to shut the door. The 1-1 from Polancic. Called strike 2 on the inside edge. Irizarry thought it was too far inside, and he's now trying to avoid a strikeout. Count is 1-2 for Keenan Irizarry. A runner at second and 2 outs. We're tied at 7. Jake Polancic is looking for a strike 3 here to end the inning. And he'll step off real quick and ask Felix to go through the signs again. Polancic looking in for the sign on a 1-2 pitch. Nods his head. A glance out to second. And here comes the 1-2. Sent out into center field. It'll drop between the center fielder and left fielder. A run will score. It goes all the way to the wall. It might be a triple for Irizarry. The throw into Khalil, the throw to third won't happen. And it is an RBI triple from Keenan Irizarry. And the Crushers have the lead once again. Down to their last strike in the 8th. The Crushers retake the lead on an RBI triple from Keenan Irizarry. Like I said, every time the Otters come storming back, the lead goes right back up for the Crushers. And that will bring Jackson Valera to the plate, who already has a couple of RBI hits in the game. Any other ballpark, that's probably a double, but because the ball just rolls and rolls and rolls in this outfield with how bouncy it is and how loose the or I guess how firm really the turf is out there. That ball just kept going. If the outfield wall wasn't there, they still would be chasing it. 0-1 is the count to Jackson Valera on the way. He fouls that one back into the netting, and he's down 0-2 in the count. So another opportunity for Jake Polancic and the Otters to end the inning. Got to take advantage of this one. Jackson Valera with a runner at third and 2 outs, looking at an 0-2 count. Crushers lead by 1. The 0-2. Swinging strike 3, and the 8th inning ends. Otters have to score 1 to keep this game going. We've got the top of the 9th coming at you next on the Otters Digital Network. Don't go anywhere. Pitching change for the Crushers as we head to the top of the 9th inning. And they will ask Alexis Rivero, their closer, to enter the game. This call to the bullpen is presented by our friends at Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. Rivero on the mound. Fisher behind the plate. That pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by The Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at The Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road. Give them a call at 812-475-9000. Here it is, top of the 9th. Otters trail by 1. It's Steven Sinsley, J.R. Davis, and Dakota Phillips due up. They need 1 run to tie, 2 to take the lead. Logan Sawyer is stretching out there in case he would be needed in the 9th if they were able to take a lead. First pitch to Steven Sinsley is a called strike 1 on the inside edge. Sinsley is 0 for 2 with 2 walks. Defense has him played to pull the ball to the right side a little bit. The 0-1. Huge swing from Sinsley. He's down 0-2 in the count. And this is a big pitch for Steven Sinsley. Without a base hit in this game. Struck out his first time up with a couple of hacks just like that last one. The 0-2. Sinsley puts it into play right at the shortstop Irizarry. He plays it off his chest. The throw to first is in time to sit Sinsley down. And he's upset with that one. 6-3 on the put out there. The second baseman, J.R. Davis, heads to the plate now. He's 2 for 4 with a single and a double so far in the game. He's been stranded on base both times. And once again, time has to be called because the music didn't get cut off. J.R. Davis digs in now, ready to go with this at bat. Davis and Phillips, the next two up for the Otters. First pitch gets past the catcher, Fisher, for ball one. Nobody on base, so it won't matter. Crushers lead 8-7 after scoring a run there in that bottom of the eighth. The 1-0 to Davis works way inside. He has to hustle out of the way so it doesn't hit him. And he's down in the count, or he's up in the count, 2-0. Davis digs back in, looking at a 2-0 count. The infield is playing him straight up towards the edges. A 2-0 stays high, and Davis one pitch away from a free base. Got to stay in the box the entire time, though, as this home plate umpire, Nicholas Saxon, has seemed to call strikes after the fact when it looks like a player is taking the ball for granted. The 3-0 works way high and inside. Again, Davis had to dive out of the way. And he will head to first with a 4-pitch walk and bring up Dakota Phillips, the designated hitter. Phillips smashed a home run to left his last time up. Didn't clear the left field wall by much, but it was a line drive home run out there to the left field corner. Takes his time walking up. There's a runner on first and one out for Dakota Phillips. Don't need the home run for him here. All you need is a base hit to keep things moving along. That being said, the home run would help a ton for the Otters. Logan Sawyer starting to warm up in the right field bullpen just in case right now. First pitch to Phillips. Hefty swing. Swung right through it for strike one. Seemed to be a little bit ahead of it. Almost antsy on the strike or the fastball. So again, Alexis Rivero readies himself on the mound. Looking at an 0-1 count. A glance over to first where J.R. Davis has a healthy lead. And sends the 0-1 home. Just barely saved by Fisher as it was in the dirt. Was enough to keep it in front of him and more importantly keep J.R. Davis at first. 1-1 counts with one out and a runner on first. Dakota Phillips trying to help extend this game for the Otters as they trail by one in the top of the ninth. Alexis Rivero on the mound, readies himself and fires home on the 1-1. Hefty swinging strike two from Phillips. That pitch broke low and away from him, and he got caught swinging. Phillips really taking his time before heading into the box this next time. 1-2 count to Dakota Phillips. Runner on first. And the Crusher faithful are going to try to get behind Rivero. The 1-2 hit hard and foul to the third base side. And Phillips will live to see another pitch. 1-2 is the count. One out, runner on first. Otters need one to extend the game, two to take the lead. Again, the Crusher faithful will try to get behind Rivero. The 1-2 to Phillips. Outside, and the count evens at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Due up next for the Otters is Justin Felix, the catcher. He's hitless in the game. 2-2 the count to Dakota Phillips. One out and a runner on first. Here comes the 2-2. Inside, and they ring him up for a called strike 3. Dakota Phillips cannot believe it. And he'll have to make the long walk back to the dugout with his 4th strikeout of the game on a pitch that was way inside on him. That'll bring up the catcher, Justin Felix, who needs his first hit of the game in the game's biggest moment. 2 outs, Runner on first. Otters trail by 1. They are down to their last out. Felix taking his time getting in the box. Davis with a sizable lead at first. Won't see him running towards second, I can promise you that. The first pitch towards Felix. Works high inside, almost hits him. He dives out of the way in time for ball 1. Otters have gotten far too into this area of having to come back in late stages of the games. Third time in a week. 1-0 is the count to Justin Felix with 2 outs. Gets good contact, but sends that high and foul. Well out of play. Count evens at 1-1. Otters are down to their last out in this game. Need 1 run to advance the game, 2 runs to take the lead and give their closer a chance to finish the game. Felix digs in once again, looking at a 1-1 count. 2 outs in the top of the 9th. 8-7 Crushers. A half swing. They say no, he did not go. Able to check it in time on a pitch that went way low and outside. And the count's 2-1 now to Justin Felix. And as expected, the most important pitches of the entire game are the ones that have taken the longest between pitches. Two balls, 1 strike to Justin Felix. Pitch on the way. He lets it go by for ball 3. Three 3-1 the count to Justin Felix with 2 outs and a runner on first. Good work for Felix to work himself into this count. Alexis Rivero readies on the mound. The 3-1. Inside, it's a walk for Justin Felix. And there's runners on first and second with 2 outs. The Crusher faithful thought it should have been a strike. It's going to bring up the third baseman, Anthony Torrelas, who's 0 for 2 with a couple of walks so far in the game. And it looks like they're going to do a pinch hitting opportunity. Miles Gordon thought he was going out to pinch run for Justin Felix, but they were like, hey, no, grab a bat. You're actually pinch batting for Anthony Torrelas. So Miles Gordon is going to try to be the hero for the Otters. Now he has to get himself ready to bat. He thought he was going to be a pinch runner. He was already out there at first. Had to run back to the dugout. Now he steps out with a bat ready to go. Huge moment for the Otters' usual center fielder, Miles Gordon. A lot of time here as Miles Gordon is now ready to go, trying to stretch a little bit as he's just been sitting down in the dugout this whole game. Runners on first and second for the Otters with 2 outs in the top of the 9th. And Miles Gordon, one of the Otters' hottest hitters since the Canadian road trip, is going to try to be the hero here. Down to their last out. The Otters have got a couple guys on base. Alexis Rivero trying to finish the game for Lake Erie. Otters see an opportunity to bring in Miles Gordon as a pinch hitter in this game. And time is taken on the mound by Alexis Rivero. Gordon's dug in. And ready to go with the first pitch. On the way. Inside, but catches the zone for a called strike 1. Miles Gordon nods his head. Probably in a, okay, I've seen it. Know what to expect now. And the count's at 0-1. Pitch on the way for Gordon. Hefty swing, and it's a swinging strike 2, and the Otters are down to their last strike. And the Crusher faithful will try to get behind their closer, Alexis Rivero, who's trying to earn a save. Mercy Health Stadium on their feet now. The 0-2 to Miles Gordon. Low in the zone and actually gets into the dirt for ball 1, but it's stopped well by Fisher. Neither runner could advance. And the crowd stays on their feet, trying to once again get behind their pitcher. 1-2 the count. 2 outs, runners on first and second. Otters just need 1 to tie at the top of the 9th. The 1-2 to Gordon. Lifted high and foul. It's going to get out of play, and he'll live to see another pitch. Important that one got out of play. At this point, you just want Gordon to put something in play with a 1-2 count. You don't want him swinging for the fences, which is kind of what his other strike looked like. 1-2 count, 2 outs, runners on first and second. The Otters trail by 1. This is what it's all made of. Time called by Gordon at home. Not happy with the amount of time between pitches. Stepped back in, and we're ready to go. Otters trail by 1. They're down to their last strike. Miles Gordon looking at the 1-2 and a tie outside. Count evens up. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs now. Pivotal game here to see who's going to win the series opener. 2-2 count to Miles Gordon. Otters down by 1. He's trying to extend the game. Put out towards right field. And is it going to be fair? Oh, it curves foul at the last second. It had home run distance. Would have given the Otters the lead, but it just curves foul. Oh, so close. Really hard hit. Just got a little too much spin on it. So everyone makes the long walk back to their bases for another edition of the 2-2 pitch to Miles Gordon. That would have been huge. Rivero's ready. The 2-2 pitch to Miles Gordon. Swinging strike 3 and the game's over. Crushers are going to get an 8-7 win as they just kept pulling away in this game, and the Otters had answers every time, but not enough answer to take the lead. And Lake Erie wins game 1 of the series, 8-7. Heartbreaking for the Otters. Thought they had themselves in a chance to be tied going into the 9th. Then with 2 outs, they give up a RBI triple that gives the Crushers the lead that would hold. And the Otters dropped to 8-5 in series openers, and overall dropped to 22-14, still sitting in second in the West Division. A tough way for the Otters to start off the 3-game set. Put themselves in a great chance. Still were out hit. Had an error not go their way as well. Bryce Doodle was not as strong on the mound as he had been in his first 2 appearances thus far. Really struggled making sure the pitch count was staying low, trying to make sure that he was being effective with his pitches. A lot of counts went high in pitch count. A lot of counts were getting hits put on him. A lot of counts had a lot of balls involved with them, and that made it really hard for him to go on and potentially get a win in this one. Couple of notables here in this game. Obviously, have to recognize the 3-for-4 day from Zach Biermann. What a return to the lineup for him. A solo home run and 2 singles. One of them had an RBI attached to it. J.R. Davis goes 2 for 4. with a double and a single. Those were the two Otters that managed to have multi-hits. As for the Crushers, Keenan Irizarry with the biggest hit of the game, an RBI triple in the 8th inning that gave the Crushers the run they needed to win. Getter and Owings also had multi-hit outings, as well as Sean Cheely in the 9-hole spot, who had 2 doubles and a single. He was absolutely exceptional in this game. The win should be going to Sam Curtis, but they don't have it marked in here yet. The loss is going to go to Jake Polancic there at the very last second. Polancic pitched well, but the triple is what put him away and managed to give the Crushers their win. Alexis Rivero earns the save in the 9th inning, giving up no runs on no hits despite walking a pair of batters. Otters will continue the series tomorrow night as they will face off with these Lake Erie Crushers an hour earlier than tonight. 5:05 first pitch there in Evansville, 6:05 here local time in Game 2 of our set. We'll have the pregame show for you about 10 minutes prior to that, about 4:50 there in Evansville, 5:50 if you're in the Eastern time zone, as the Otters and Crushers look to do battle on a Saturday night. Please you join me for another edition of Otters Baseball on this beautiful Friday night. The weather was perfect. The bats were alive, just not quite enough for the Otters to get the win this evening. They drop to 22-14 on the season. Lake Erie goes up to 15-22. The two will face once more tomorrow, once more on Sunday, where the Otters head home for a 3-game homestand. For all of us here at the Evansville Otters, I'm Matthew Will. Thanks for joining me for another edition of Otters Baseball. I'll talk to you tomorrow night as the Otters and Crushers continue their 3-game sets. Good evening, and I'll talk to you tomorrow.